It said I was rolling for 30 hours with the title I set up this morning. It says, I take a breath. I'm ready. I was born ready. As we go through life, we learn about the things that we that speak the most strongly to us. And we need to always find ways to live those things. For that is our purpose. That is where we shine. So come along with me on a journey. It will have slow moments, as does life. It will have faster moments, as does life. But really, when you think about it, life is always an improvisation. We are always trying to figure out what we want to do next, how we want to do it, if we want to do it with anybody, and the times in between when we have to do it alone. And she's buying a way to live on. Sometimes we will have people pass away in our life. And we will have to get accustomed to what that looks like. We will have to know that they are fine and they want us to be. I am just going to add the title for those that are scrolling. This is meant to be pretty impactful. I can just sense it already. And you know what, people, I'm going to do what I need to do and touch lives. Make someone's day better together. I'm just quickly reading something before. Hello, Denise Wiesel. Very, very ironic. Let me tell you why. I'm doing a mixture of starting my day, hello to the other two as well, and doing a theater thing from home. Parts of it will seem more amateur than other parts, but I'm doing a improvised thing. I'm going to put this in the title in a moment. I'm not sure I'm still here, but it's very interesting because one of the lessons I sleep dream, I was dreaming of a Denise. She's came to mind a couple times recently. She's in my family. And one of the last times I saw live theater so far, ironically, there was, quite ironically, just like a, what do you call it? Hi, you gotta be back. Yeah. Yes. Okay, yeah. Have a good morning and night. Oh, I'm just starting the day. Hopefully you can stay for a little while. Thank you for the like. And where are you watching from? I don't know what, I don't remember watching this video. I don't know what this comment on some AGT video is, but speaking of Got Talent, it's my time to shine. Even though it's bright and early, even though I have pretty much been doing that online, you know, since becoming a YouTuber. There are times when I feel like I'm kind of, so I'm just trying to highlight this here and I'm highlighting everything else unintentionally. There are times when I feel like I am kind of summarizing it. I'm kind of, that noise in the background will stop in a moment. The other one I'm going to keep for our dog, I think. You look like Mark Robin. Second. I don't know what that is, but yeah, don't know what that is. But anywho, where I feel like I'm like telling my life story in a more full way, where I'm learning about yours, and perhaps in a more fuller way than ever. I'm going to head downstairs. Okay, so come with me. Don't mind the noises as I go past. Do I need to keep this up on the screen? Well, you can see how it's doing, but he doesn't have a lot of time to browse and stuff because he has to figure out exactly how he's getting to work. I think we did pretty well. Do some routine stuff and then get there. This is not exactly my routine, but live streaming is. And it's such a helpful thing. It's such a fun thing and a lovely thing. Very interesting name, by the way. That person who says I mind them somebody. I don't think we. Here, okay. So just a moment. Next thing, because it's bright and early, is going to be making an exciting cup of coffee. It might not be that exciting, but that's what I'm going to do because if I'm going to have any hope of streaming for about 4 or 5 hours, like I might try to. It's rare, but I do it sometimes. I need caffeine. I need hydration in general. And I need to be remembering my health. I need to be remembering wellness at the core of everything. And that I'm aiming for it, for wellness, for happiness, for joy, for me and for you. I need to I woke up this morning, something thankfully not too stressful, but could have been. And it reminded me of someone who it's not that I wasn't close with her in my life, but she was someone I mostly saw for appointments that I haven't seen for years. I have so many angels, and a lot of them stand out more to me, not because she isn't worth it, not because she didn't matter to me, you know. Did she improve my life? At times. And she tried. But she can't do everything she would want. None of us can for everybody. She can't do everything she would want it to. Yeah, she just can't. But what she does do, what she did do, showed that I have been managing, that I have been strong. Hopefully you are finding strength in your life, that I have gotten what I need to not all that I need, but my basic needs met so that I can live comfortably. And for that, I am thankful. I'm not actually talking about a mother. And up until this moment, I hadn't really actually thought of her as one. but I could say so. So Rose, if you're watching, a good portion of this will also be for you. What else did I wake up thinking this morning? Rehearsed conversations. I woke up thinking, I don't know if I can actually be in any kind of theater production as much as I would like to be when I have OAP. I have sometimes a sore back. I get my neuropathy hasn't been bad. My anemia, kind of. I get I need to process things at my own pace. We all do, but a lot of us are very used to life moving very fast. And that's why it ends. Whether you're leading a meeting, you're leading a presentation, you're leading something, you're leading healing, but you're leading something where other people are involved in person. I can't just say, I'm going to need a few minutes for whatever reason and come back. Would it be nice if we lived in that kind of world? Sure. I mean, most people are pretty attached to their cell phones. I'm sure they'd be happy to look at them while whoever was leading a presentation or a meeting or whatever needed a few moments. But it would disrupt the flow, right? It would not really be the best. It is the same with live streaming, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, you know, and it does not really take away from the great experience that can be had from the lovely connections and conversations, and from all the powerful things that can be experienced. So please know that none of this is, well, some of this I thought up ahead of time. I almost couldn't think of a title. You can see it there in the highlighted. I had a few ideas. I was like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. But I thought of one. I laid in bed a bit longer, and I thought of one. And my back is quite sore, actually, and my stomach. Not long after waking up, first it was the tingling hands and feet. Now it's the sore back, and sometimes the stomach goes with it, because I don't know why. They must be connected somehow. So, as I start this day with creative juices flowing, not being able to sleep more, here I am. Live your best life, brother. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Caleb Keenan. I do remember you. Last time you were here, you didn't stay long, but people's phones die. People die. And we've got today. Now, I hope that I can keep your attention for a while, even though I want you to live your best life and have your best day. I'm happy to be part of it. I've got today. I've got lots of spare time. And I probably would not get through it without live streaming. So here I am. Maybe, obviously, anyone who sees this relates that, you sometimes you just need YouTube in your day. You need to have a conversation with a live streamer, or at least watch something. But conversation's where it's at, folks. That makes it more real for you because you're part of it. I mean, you're part of it because you're watching it, but you know what I mean? We need to interact with life and engage with life and not give up on doing so. Man, I'm having a deep morning, but here we are, And so, seems like Denise, okay, the light just came back. So I think Denise came back, or maybe never left, but for a few moments there, it didn't say anyone was here. Anyway, coffee helps. Connection helps. And I woke up, and actually, yeah, it's true. I had a bit of a dream last night. I don't often. I don't like to talk about them because some people's heads, because of the things that they allow themselves to consume, and stress sometimes, which sometimes just happens, um, don't have, um, and even if they're used to certain kind of stuff, the types of things that kind of occur in their sleeps are not restful, are not enjoyable. Um, and like I say, not always, not entirely, but I think a lot of people do that to themselves. However, I think that there are things to look at within those dreams that reflect wakeful life. Absolutely. Now I have to watch the time because I'm starting this before G's left, but it's 6:40. I mean, you know. So, but yeah. So basically, so like one thing I thought, and you know, not many people are here yet. I haven't been rolling. Been rolling about 60 minutes. But one thing that I thought is that something I recently went through told me, I feel like it told me, unfortunately, just like the band thing, but different, music thing, that I don't think that sweetness, sugar, I don't know why I'm doing this way, but something told me rehearsals would be great. I can understand that some people are going to flub when they're practicing for performance. But if they made the same mistake often, or if I felt confident enough with mine, because I'm often a very confident person, and I had to sit back and let others get to that level, get to that spot, I would have empathy, I would have understanding, I'd also have impatience. Where is it? Am I going to go through the same thing I went through with that other one where they might tell me, but they're not going to tell me what days and times, you know? I haven't actually talked with G. I don't think that much about it, but you know, and oh God, you know, and if they don't tell me the when, then I can't tell my ride there, you know, and you can think you're being as clear with your question as you can be, and either they'll have a reason for not answering it simply, although the part of it he did, and not express it to a point where they come across kind of actually not very intelligent or not very good at communicating, or it's just that they don't have a reason, they're just not great at communicating. So I don't think I want to go through that again, where so recently after the other one somebody else is, you know, plus yeah, where are the rehearsals? Unless they're in my area, it'd be really hard for me to get to them. I'm talking about a festival, a theater festival that's in many locations in the world. And it's not just chapstick if you're curious, chapstick if you're not. It is just chapstick if you're curious or if you're not. But it's not just, what do you call it? This light is awfully bright, but it'd be too dark in here because the sun's not out yet. It's not just coffee is needed. That's what it is. I guess he's seen I was live, but had to get on with his day, so couldn't stay well, so he said something nice. I'll go with it. Visibility. I'm not visible because it can inspire others to find theirs. Yeah, like the likelihood, although there was some irony with the other one, it's not just musical theater. It's like there's how many different shows? I think there's like 40 or more different shows in the festival, and it's really a variety. I noticed that. I think I write this a little bit there. But yeah, so if I can find it in me to ask them, I will ask them. This is just a conversation part as we're getting started, and it's early in the day. And I will say, when, where, I need to know this because I'd be arranging someone bringing me there. Unless, of course, they tell me that it's happening on my street. And again, I don't think that's super likely. However, the other one I was almost involved with, the rehearsals for that one were happening on the street a relative lived on. But anyway, so we'll see. But otherwise, it makes a lot more sense just to lead things myself, to be the one, facilitating it, even though there would be conversation, and that's completely fine, as long as it's, reasonable and respectful. And I mean, especially the latter, I understand that more so the first one could have different definitions, or it might be a little bit confusing to understand what I mean, and I'm not really sure I know how to explain it, but basically, not trolls. Anyway, and I'm glad that I don't deal with them very often on here. Because, well, for obvious reasons, but I think behind most trolls, there is still a person. And sometimes a person that's had a rough life, and I can have empathy for them. Doesn't mean I necessarily want them around, but but maybe something that is a part of this will speak to them in a very strong way. Maybe more than one thing, and maybe it needs to. So yeah, I have the time today. Later this week, I don't have as much time. I might have a little tomorrow because today is unfortunately Wednesday. It feels like it should be Thursday. I know we often say it feels like it should be Friday, but there's one thing that I have happening on Thursday. It's a small but big and important thing. Uh, Something that is helping support me during this time that in life. And then it's closer to the Friday. But then also, G woke up with a mild health symptom where he got very sweaty. And so what he was wearing should be washed. And I was planning to do laundry Thursday. I think that makes the most sense. And I don't have enough to do 2 cycles of it. And it's Wednesday. So anyway, we make the most of the day because, yeah, it's the one we're living right now. I feel like from my back and now my ribs area, I need to take a Tylenol. I heard a very interesting point recently that when somebody, and this is just for the live chat, this particular theme, when somebody experiences someone passing away of like an overdose, if they take painkillers or sleep meds, they are prone to try and do the same in a lot of cases. or of a SUI, you know what. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that because I'm going to try and keep this as light and gentle as possible. But I'm going to be reflecting on life. You might that, and in speaking a little bit about things you've went through, and so it's true that that's kind of a very varied experience. I just need to put this down for a moment. Oops. And then not look where I'm pouring and get it on the table. Luckily, it is just water. I was looking where I was pouring, but I was also looking at the screen, even though I hadn't intended to, because I know somebody's here and I'm wondering if they're going to say anything anytime soon. No pressure, not forced, but strongly encouraged. And now with slightly wet hands, I pick the phone back up. Okay. So, what time is it now? 10 to 7. I mean, my symptoms weren't going to be letting me sleep longer anyway. I would have loved to have had another 30 or 40 minutes. And I need to remember, there is something else I wanted to quickly check, actually. So I might go upstairs and do so in a moment. But just to add a bit more into this first, and then you'll hear some relaxation music, actually. Yeah, you will indeed. And so I would like to suggest that you take that opportunity to breathe, more focused, to see what you're telling yourself from what you've heard thus far, and then feel free say in the comments. If nothing else, you're giving yourself a moment to slow down, which we all need to do. And some of us more than others, or some of us don't always do it. Chapstick if you're curious, chapstick if you're not. Don't always do it in the times when we need to. But that's something that is going to be is going to definitely be a part of this stream, is when I need to step away and do something. It would be minimal, even if this is 4 or 5 hours long. It'll be minimal, but sometimes you got to. And because, like I say, I'm starting this before G's left for work, I'm going to see him. I'm going to spend a few moments at the front door, as he's leaving. And I don't really think that needs to be on stream. And I'd probably actually would like to let my phone just plug in for a bit. Not that it's going to be very long, but I mean, it's plugged in now, so it wasn't overnight. But and you're also going to hear some piano playing. And then after he leaves, at some point, you might hear more music. I laid awake for a little while, but I am legitimately having myself wake up pretty quickly. And but still, yeah, I've got the YT world here, but to nobody else's, every now and then it's okay to do so, and we should. But I'm not, I am running the show essentially. I don't have to go be amongst people today in person. Not that I can't or don't like it sometimes, but to be quite honest, I am these days a bit more used to online. What I was going to say is the Tylenol, when I took one out of the bottle the other day, it fell by the couch, and I don't know. We have this ingot here, and I wasn't seeing it, and I tried to look slightly a couple of times later that night, and I would have seen it if it was where I saw it. The dog was sitting in the living room. It was sitting in front of him, and he was just sitting there. And I thought, so thankful that he didn't try and eat that. And I found it, and I gave him a few treats, and this is one of the things about having a dog, it's good, or just in general, it's good to reward the good, but at the same time, I think sometimes we should do it or we should appreciate it just because it's good, or like he knows likely that he was being good, and I could give him a pat on the head or something like that, because, well, usually he's being distracting when I end up, like when I'm live streaming or whatever, and I end up just giving him a chew stick or whatever, and or yeah, but it doesn't always happen that way. Sometimes I put him upstairs, if he's making too much noise. So I mean, but it's kind of like he has us trained. If he makes enough noise, maybe he'll get something, that he wants. But I don't know. Anyway, that's a topic for people that have experience with dog training, I guess. But anyway, I also want to say, because there's been somebody here pretty consistently for the past probably 15, 20 minutes, and I'm thankful for you. I'm hoping that you're feeling happy, you're feeling positive, that this is resonating in helpful ways for you. If you're putting comments, sometimes it doesn't show them. Yeah, and the way that either that, well, I mean, she said it because she didn't know where in the world I was and what time of day it is. But it very well could be that she, and I think she came back and, no, but that could have been Caleb. So she actually, and I feel like it happened twice possibly. She may have actually taken her like away. I'm not entirely sure. Or some people are like, oh, I like that. Okay, now I undo it to the next thing I like. Some people maybe do it that way. Anyway, point of the matter is that, yeah, usually comments show up. Sometimes they don't. So it's just, so I'm not ignoring anybody, just so you know. So what was the thing I wanted to go upstairs and do? And I said you guys would hear relaxation music while I did it. I should be trying to brush my teeth twice a day, not just once, but that's not what it was. Oh, no, but I feel like it was something that would have taken a bit longer. I have no idea. No idea. So that's fine. But in about 20 minutes, I will have to take a brief intermission. For about 5 minutes, maybe 10. Then G will be on the piano. I'm going to try not to say anything so that you can just enjoy the piano, and I can save my energy for when he's done, because he plays a little bit before he leaves for work. Not really very long at all, but so he'll be doing that. Then, like I say, I'll be at the front door with him and the dog for a few minutes before he leaves, and then I'll be pretty much here to chat. Hello again, Ladybug. How are you? Are you the same Ladybug that was here the other day briefly? Maybe your phone died or something, I'm not sure. And please remember to give the video a like. Part of me is wondering if I should elaborate a little bit more on who Rose was. She was a mental health counselor and an income assistance worker that I had in my 20s. I don't think into my 30s. If so, like 31, 32. And, one of the things that she had said, like when I think about Ray passing at 32, like we didn't want that, but that was her journey. And the things that have came from it, from me and even her loved ones, just like anyone else who has, a loved one pass away, sometimes. Whereabouts are you watching from in the world? And you're having bad weather. Sorry to hear that. We were having our snowstorms here in Canada this week when we thought that winter was going to slow down and turn into spring. But anyway, since then, since my friend's passing, and continue to, I don't know, I have to write that again, but are pretty important. So, Ladybug, are you the one who was here the other day? If so, it's a different picture. And it's nice that it's a picture of you based to her name, except I'm seeing this in small view. In a little while, I could look on the computer. But yeah, no, you look like a nice enough lady, so that's cool. Hopefully, you'll also give this video a like. Hopefully, you'll be able to stay for a little while. But like literally a day or two ago, there was somebody that went by. I don't know about the V6X, but I try to be a bit more anonymous on here. It's YouTube. Don't want to let out too much. I mean, I don't mind talking about my life and my experiences, but and it's nothing about against you or anything. But what I will say is near Edmonton, near-ish Edmonton, and that's as specific as I'm going to be, as we're going to be on this channel. But how about you? And other people can choose to be as specific or not specific as they like. I understand. The thing is that it's in the chat, and most people are not going to open the chat again and look at it after the fact. They're just going to watch the video, and possibly not all of it. Or they're going to look at some of the chat, but, even I don't go back and look at it that often, but every now and then, if it was, but I only have the cell phone right now. Me, that my dog, German. Yes, it's me. That's my dog. Oh, was your picture of a dog the other day? I didn't think that was you that had the German Shepherd, but okay. Okay, well, and that came with the funny symbol, but Ontario makes enough sense for you to say. And I'm originally from near Windsor, originally. We have a German Shepherd on our street, a couple of them, and also a kind of aggressive one. And their type of fur, I don't have a dog allergy, and our dog is quite furry, but their type of fur, it's kind of like coarse and stuff, and it gets to my sinuses. I mean, maybe sometimes my sinuses are just acting up anyway, but Malamoy, I think G had those growing up. Why do you mention trolls? I don't see any here, thankfully, and I wasn't mentioning them. And I don't usually find them all that funny. I mean, sometimes they're amusing, but you know where that is what you're saying? Yeah, it's across from Detroit, yeah. But yeah, I'm not too sure why you're mentioning them, but hopefully we won't have to deal with that many of them. And I think I'm going to do a lot of the creating, a lot of the, well, I mean, some of them are just dumb and funny, but yeah, it's true. They are quite child. I mean, some of them are children. And some children are not that, I go out of my way to talk to them, but, we're living in a very digital era, and every now and then there will be some here. And when I know it, I try and, try and actually tell them to not be on the video, not because I'm not usually a, what's the word? good, but not here. Like you're not seeing any right now that I'm not seeing, are you? And don't I think you haven't liked the video yet, but please do, because it only shows one that was there before you got here, and I know who that was from. Role models. I mean, I know it's the only thing I could think of, but it's an I word, and I can't think of what it is at the moment. But at the same time, I'm an adult with no filter sometimes, and they know a lot of stuff, and it can be teaching experiences, and it's not my responsibility to, I always say I'm not the wildest one on here. I'm a little eccentric at times. I mean, I'm free spirited, but there are far wild, and I lost the other. Oh no, but then it got. I think that was you though. I lost the other two at that point. They're like, yeah, this isn't wild enough. This isn't enough of a party. I thought maybe they saw the title and thought this is supposed to be. I did say gentle though, and I put that there because there were moments that I thought I might have where like I'm walking in the dark, or I'm showing my feet only, and people that watch certain types of media or at least know that it exists might be like, what kind of craziness is going to happen in this? And so yeah, I go back to nothing that wild, nothing we're not going to be focusing on or talking at all about like the horror genre, essentially is what I'm saying. Sure, might we talk about deep emotional stuff that maybe I or others might feel need healing? Maybe. But it'll feel a lot better than scary. Although some people like the scary, obviously. Um, I don't really understand it. I think that it's an unpleasant feeling. I think that it's a toxic feeling. Yeah, we will feel it at times, but I don't think it should be entertainment. I don't think that it should be a type of media, if you follow what I'm saying. Um, um, I suppose for some people it's a bit of a release, like it feels like it gets something that's been pent up in them out. But yeah, I think it inspires the wrong things, and especially with certain people. But anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. So what next? Let's see here. 7:08. I need to go upstairs for a few moments. I'm finding. Okay, what the heck? Oh, you just changed your picture. Okay. Looks like it's back to the dog. I don't know if you did that just so I would believe that you were the same person. I mean, I pretty much did. Watch the documentary. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. And it sounds like I might not want to. But it probably had something to do with the theme I was mentioning. So, anyway, but as I said, I'm not going to focus on that theme. But if you have any other types of documentaries you've seen that have been good, I might be curious. I just don't want other people to see them in the chat and go off and watch them and not be here, especially while I'm briefly away. Take those moments as an opportunity to maybe get something from the kitchen, do some stretching, stand outside, get some fresh air for a few moments, if you're not already outside, of course, that kind of thing. Okay, so where do I want to put this? I think I want to put this upstairs and let people think, is this a meditation? That's interesting music. I don't know. But no, I did believe it was you. Just a moment. You're going to be back in the dark for a moment. Slight dark. I actually kind of think from Canada, but died in LA. Was he trying to be a famous person by any chance? Oh, I see he must have taken that other device. Well, you know what? There isn't, as much as sometimes I despise it, there isn't anything wrong with getting a bit of extra physical activity. So I'm going to bring this back down and plug it. Then I need to spend a few moments up here. Then we'll come downstairs. G will play piano, like I say. Sorry, connection dropped there. It doesn't usually happen, but it did. Anyway, I said we weren't going to focus on that kind of energy. When I talk about the afterlife, it's something completely different from that. A lot of people might not hear it that way, but if they pay attention to actually what is being experienced or talked about, they should. Not tell people what they should do, but it would make a lot of sense if they saw it more that way than scary ways. But anyway, but yeah, so what you said that you're in Canada? What time of day is it where you are? And how close to Windsor are you, out of curiosity? I don't drive and I'm not in Windsor anymore, but like I say, but anyway, I've got to plug this in because like I say, it wasn't plugged in overnight. And focus on a couple of things upstairs. I wish that there was a pause option. I don't really want to restart because I want to keep adding to this. I want, with the likes and the content and that. And so, like I say, it's just simply like an intermission. Okay. And, but that's very interesting though, because I was actually talking about actually, yeah, she got me there as my first place before my next apartments. This Rose lady lived in a remote hotel for a few months when I had to move out from my mother's. Also, talking about Ray, I mean, she worked in the lounge of one at the karaoke venue. I actually saw about a gig, and the hours aren't that wild, 6 to 10, the location so. And I think they were only looking for a woman to do it, like an actual woman. So anyway, I keep feeling like I need to rush upstairs for a few moments. So I appreciate your understanding. Really appreciate you being here. The Algs haven't helped out a ton with this one, and it's been a little quiet. But and some of the regulars, I guess, are not here yet. But I'm thinking of one that could be working right now. And he said to me recently, "Oh, I saw that you were live while I was at work and couldn't watch, but I'm home now, and you're still rolling, thankfully." So that was really nice to hear that how eager he was. He's seen a few of them, and so I can understand, why he might want to be back and chat and stuff. But anyway, so and I have a lot of followers in the UK. Well, yeah, so it's afternoon there, I believe, and then it's even later in a lot of other places. So for people that are sleeping, they wouldn't be watching this, right? But oh, if they could, the great dreams they would have. But yeah, I remember spilling something. I remember being in a production. I remember it being kind of hectic. Like it hasn't been that long, but I barely remembered it not long after waking up, too. And basically, but it did seem to be some sort of performance piece. I seem to be having a lot of fun, but I remember the hecticness of everything kind of that was going on, and I think that was kind of my wake up call to tell me that I can only handle. I think most of us honestly are better at it when it's this way, but I think that some of us need to do as much as we can to make it so when it's when I can pace it, basically. Um, and so For the most part, I would say live streaming is that. Um, but there's all these reasons, and then my health, where I just don't feel like I'm gonna be able to be in any production, and it's unfortunate. I found out about one recently that I thought it might just be for people of color, so I sent an email. She said no, it's for anybody. She didn't say a lot, but neither did I. I didn't have any other questions really. I wanted to see, is this something I should try out for? But then there's all these things that are telling me, maybe not, unfortunately. And I think they make sense. I mean, sure, you can go out of your comfort zone sometimes, but I think you also need to know your limits. You need to know what makes sense to do and what doesn't. So, anyway, feel free to comment on any of this stuff. Like I say, maybe step outside for some fresh air, or I know I don't need to tell you what to do. I'm just giving you suggestions in case you're like, what am I going to do while he's away? Get something from the kitchen. I hope that you'll be here when I get back. G will play some music and we'll go from there. Thank you for being here and chatting with me. Where is my tripod? Oh, right in front of me. Let me just see if I can plug this in. And if you notice I deleted a couple of comments, although it looks like you may have just left. But if you didn't, it's only because, like I say, I don't want energy of those themes being brought into this, or for people to misread something if I get it for them. I'll make sure that this is in fact charging that way. It's good, so I can not have a ton to do in the kitchen in a bit, but a little bit. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. It's probably pretty darn close to 7:30 now. Close to I think it's not 7:45. It can't be. Okay, good. Oh, is that the radio one? Yes, but so lightly, I don't think it's noticeable, and it gives a little bit of a sound. That just looking at quiet. It's the voice. and he's usually finished any moment now. So we got two of you here, one of you here. I don't know if it's Ladybug, but oh, now it's just two again. Yeah, so he's usually finished at any moment now. Then we spend a few minutes with the dog, and then we all come downstairs, and then this would be a bit more fully charged, and then 0, 1, and then we'll eat, drink, be merry, act, talk about life, do some music, maybe meditate, and we'll get through it together. We're all in this together. He must have gotten a late start, but he must have gotten a late start because he's still at it. Or not been very focused. I don't know. Because he has a computer, so I thought I'd just pick a video and play it. So I'm sorry for the taking a little bit longer than I thought. And part of me could be feeling that because I'm streaming. But I do, part of the routine tells me that I need to be up there and I need to be cherishing that. So I'll be back up there in a moment. Some people are willing to go through the ruts of life, whether it's in the snow or otherwise. It's like, no, I won't take a cab. I'm just gonna bike to work. Essentially, and he's like, I think it'll be all right. But we got so much snow the other day, and I really don't think that the plows have gotten all areas yet that he might be going to. I don't think you're right. But yeah, so some of us go to the wayside. Some of us soar through the stars. Some of us sail through our troubles. Some don't have to live with the scars that they get. A little bit of a parody, you could say. Yeah, I'll just say while I'm reading, not Kevin, or on Kevin, but not currently there. This is especially for me, but also for anyone else who use it. Again, maybe you have an opportunity to connect with some collaborators, and you're meeting new people, or you're getting to know some people or whatever in your life. But if you're really strongly feeling like, you know, bring those people into it in the future, if it's meant to be. And so I'm kind of hoping with this, maybe some of the people I'm going to meet later this week might be options in that way. Let's all grade it out and see. But in your own life, something to remember. Hurry up. And I've got to say, it's kind of a little odd that it's showing with two different photos back and forth interchangeably. If you could tell me what's up with that, that would be great. Thank you. Still not very bright in here. Let's see. I was just looking at the other device. Okay, what's really strange, I don't think I've got you on the other one. Okay. Let me just try this. Okay, that's now I got it showing top messages, now it shows the other ones. 8:13 in the morning there. Well, then you're from Ontario, you're not there now? Skid Row. Alarm goes off at 7 earlier, and we start uptown. Put in the 8 hours for the powers that have always been, till it's something here. Then we go downtown where your life's a joke. We go downtown where they buy you smoke. They go downtown, but thankfully I don't. I remember this from a class. And then your tokens you go down on Skid Row. Anyway, I'm a little bit confused that you say it's 8:13 because it's not even, it's 7:32 a.m. here right now. So I don't know if you're actually in Ontario, it wouldn't be. It might be an hour ahead, but maybe you meant 8:31. Um, but I don't know if you heard the question I asked about the dog, about our dog not wanting to drink from his downstairs water. Ever since I briefly changed the bowl and then changed it back, it was one with like blue stripes on it or like blue pattern, like not a wild pattern or anything. And then it's the one with the roses on it, ironically, to bring attention to that, because I've been meaning to ask that for a couple of days now. And you have a dog, so I don't know if you've ever. I mean, this is the first time he's ever done that. And now he only drinks from the one upstairs, and he's not always upstairs, so kind of odd. You're a healer, correct? What did you notice? What makes you say it? HB, I know that to be how about? I don't have a wife. Why did you think I do? And wow, it's already been an hour. So yeah, but I do need to heat up my coffee and grab a cinnamon bun. Not the big cinnamon buns. I actually don't really like those. They're too doughy. A lot of times they have raisins in them. Yeah, I don't know why you thought that, or why you presume that. Okay, maybe because of a place I said I was near, but I didn't say I was actually in it, and I don't think they'd be that far. I don't. Are you not currently in Ontario, or maybe different parts of Ontario are? Um, um, am I open to it in the future? Maybe. So you're saying that you're 6 hours away from 7:30 a.m. in Ontario? I had no idea any places there had such a gap. Sorry? Hmm. Yeah, that or we're having a misunderstanding slightly, but next is yes, because I have been up for about an hour and a half now. Tummies are grumbling. The coffee is saying, "You need me." The dog is going for a walk. And then G will be back to play piano. I kind of want to keep this plugged in. It's not charging as fast as I thought it was. This thing seems to sometimes do a slow charge, but then it holds the juice for a while. Because I thought it was at 65 before. What was it at before I started? 60. I don't even know. Was it in the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s? I have no idea, but it certainly didn't seem. I thought it was in the 70s by now. Anyway, but really we're in 2026, almost at 2025, still living in last year and other years. Canada, I know how to speak. Why are you starting that with Canada? I mean, I know we're both in Canada, but thank you for the second like. I'm gonna have to slow down soon. I did. I woke up fast, but I laid awake for a while. So I wasn't like I was not awake. How to speak German, Swedish, and Dutch. I don't know how to speak any of those, but that's cool. I have some Swedish followers. Not many, but there's at least 2 or 3 occasionally. Rip Jackie. Want to talk about that part of our life? Do we want to talk about people of our past that we haven't completely gotten past but need to? That could be healing. Speaking of being a healer, we all need it as humans. Some of us more than others, and some of us are maybe a bit more able to facilitate it than others, but it does seem to be a strength of mine, and so I'm happy to do it for y'all. Whether that's with angels or in general. 6 hours behind in Europe. And I said 6 hours behind in Europe because you spoke in UK. I spoke about the UK. I recently learned that the UK is part of Europe just the other day, or actually, I think it was Europe's part of the UK. It's like G said this certain province is part of Canada, but Canada is not part of the province because the smaller goes in the bigger. That's the part that made sense. Otherwise, as far as like places, because otherwise, at least we're not right. Because other and two good people are here, and that's all. Except for now, this third person. Hopefully, they're good too. But yeah, otherwise, it's just saying it in the opposite order. It's like LGBT, LGBT. What's the difference? You're saying all the letters. That's the main thing. Why do people get their knickers in a twist? Sorry. Anyway, but hello to again to Libiella. Don't mean to ignore you. But yeah, it's just interesting that you picked up on that and then start talking about their time zone. Um, but I know that it's 6 hours different. I mean, I would have looked into it anyway with all the UK followers that I have, for whatever reason that is. But it's cool. But I have a brother that used to live there, so I kind of knew it because of them. But honestly, we're not in a lot of contact. But I played that song recently. I vented about him not that long ago. We don't hate each other, but life didn't want us to be geographically or otherwise that close. It seems like we have an acceptance and a love for each other as siblings, but that's about all. But hey, some people don't even got that, right? So I mean, it's nice that you're saying hi to each other and everything. I'm gonna go look on the computer upstairs because I'm hoping that comment that looks like a name that Ladybug put might actually be something else. I'll be right back. Under 5 minutes. After G goes for work, I'll probably be getting up a lot less. But if my OBA tells me to get up, OB whatever the heck, Obi-Wan Kenobi, then I'm going to do so. Man, I haven't had these in ages. Man, I miss this. The energy wasn't great. Man, not so bad. Is okay. So again, time to get something from the kitchen, the fresh air, or whatever other suggestions. I'll be right back. Yeah. Unless that's going to be that big. Well, I think they'll donate those things. Although I don't know if they're good for any dog. Little tiny bone-shaped thingies. Like I just think that. I'm talking to the screen, by the way. If anybody thinks I'm talking to somebody else in the house. No, I'm talking to you right now. The other person is not currently in the house. But we'll be back soon. But, no, I'm just trying to take care of something my wife take care of. At least get closer to doing so. Yeah. I don't know if it's just a good focus or nothing was going to happen no matter how much I focused. Doesn't look like anybody's here now, but that could be inaccurate, or maybe you actually did go away and are going to come back. I'm going to stick around and just leave your device and do something for a moment. Or not leave your device. Don't get too wrapped up in it. Leave here. Oh. when he's doing the piano. Yeah. Oh, that's Bluetooth. Learn some stuff, meet some people. It'll be good. We'll drop some coins. We'll pick up some dollars along the way. And life is good. Or we find ways to make it so. Hello, Chronic Carlos. I sort of remember you. You've been here before, haven't you? What I don't remember is if it was recently or a long time ago, because it sort of feels like both. And when I say recently, I mean within the past couple weeks or longer ago. Would be not recent. Thank you for the third like, by the way. Speaking of going to people's channels, I sort of remember going to your channel. I don't remember there being a ton on it. I think you're musical, if I recall. You're musical? Yeah, and I've looked at recent subscriptions, but I guess there's been that many lately that I didn't come to noticing yours yet. Were you just scrolling live today, or did you get notified of the stream? I'd like you to take a moment, please, to look at the highlighted comment that I put there, just so you get an idea as to what's happening in this. What's happening next is where are you watching from again? That I don't think I remember. I almost think also Canada. Just curious where you're watching from. Here it's almost 8 o'clock in the morning, so it's pretty early. But I had inspiration, I had thoughts, I had health symptoms that meant I wasn't going to sleep much longer, and I wouldn't have been able to anyway. I mean, my day kind of would let me, but my routine and stuff, and the fact that I slept just fine, 5:45 a.m. Whereabouts in the world is that? So you're up pretty early. Do you have a busy day planned or a relaxing one? And sometimes we can't get back to sleep. But otherwise, 5:45 is definitely early. But again, you're pacing yourself. You're at home. This is going to have a nice leisurely morning pace as well, for the most part. It hasn't thus far. Just kidding. Hello, Oliver. But how are you? But in a moment, G's going to be back, and he's going to be playing piano, and I'm going to be eating a cinnamon bun, and we're going to be in music bliss for a few moments together. So grab yourself a munchie of some sort, or a breakfast, a quick breakfast item. Oh, now I'm thinking I'm not a big eater, but I don't buy bacon very often, but I'm just thinking about how we bought bacon recently, and they're huge pieces, and I kind of want one. And it goes with the cinnamon bun, right? So as I go put some bacon on and get my cinnamon bun and my coffee, in about 2 or 3 minutes, G's on the piano for about 4 or 5 minutes. And then off to work. Riding through the snowdrifts and losing his balance and falling in front of the car. Sorry. But I understand, some jobs are scary, some jobs are risky, and it is expensive. Well, not that bad. That's expensive, but then they can always add more to it and say, oh, why I charge you $15? Meant to take the longer route and just do stuff like that. Yeah, I think that. I think everybody's correct. And so, Carlos, your music goes well, I believe, right? I forget what you play. If you do electronic music, is that correct? You're really testing my memory. Thank you. Come to Papa. I want chocolate too. I want to go all out. But I won't be stopping no. What? Somebody hear that? No. You know, I kind of pre-planned it, but I don't like doing it. I did think of some ideas. I haven't necessarily done some of them, but yeah, I don't think I could pull it off for myself. And I certainly couldn't wait till G was home and our evening progressed would go fast anyway. So I do what I can do, and we see if we can help make it even better. So let's give you one piece already. It's huge. Huge! I don't know if I've ever seen bacon this big. Again, I don't buy bacon very often, so I couldn't do that, but. And of course, it helps to cook something by having a stove on. I didn't touch it. I used to stop, so oh, right. Yeah, but I've had a couple days of that. I was gonna make. I think I'll have that for brunch. I'll have that for my wrap. I mean, my wrap for brunch. I'm talking to y'all, by the way, just so you know, in case like I'm talking to someone else here. I mean, he's getting it too, but he might not be receiving it. But anyway, yeah. So I'll have this for that. I mean, basically, you're getting the wrap. Well, if I keep a piece of it separate, it cuts pretty easily, even though it's really valuable. I say it cuts easily, and then I think we'll kind of slap a little bit. So tight there. Stretching over your way. Bacon's doing yoga. The chocolate's melting in my hand. I'm buzzing. I got hard in the fridge. Oh, no, it's hot there. Oh, my goodness. Sounds like we're in a jacuzzi when I start the dishwasher. Does that sound like fun? Because I should do that. I was trying to. But now we're going to start the washing machine. But I don't have to. I'm going to have to. Okay, that piano, he's looking at music that says sleep as we just wake up.
Yeah, I just. Ooh, this is a rough shape. No, how about a nice cat's feud? Everybody loves the cat's feud, right?
Of course. Maybe Thomas was in it. If he's not busy helping next door. Or being an idiot. No, Thomas, the one that follows me, I don't mean you. I mean, look. Well, that's what it is. I use this cat for multitasking, but I promised a few minutes of piano and cinnamon bun eating bliss. So her ASMR. There you are. ASMR. Just kidding. I'm not showing him on camera because he doesn't really have time to settle into being on his screen. Let me just go for phone. Yeah, I don't even want to give you that much sugar. Guys, yeah, how are you guys enjoying it? So it might just be Carlos here right now. The elves haven't been completely up. There was someone here for a while. I've been rolling for a little more than an hour. Some of this, one of the subs is probably rushing home from work. Maybe it's chat. 9:30 or 10 last time I talked. Some of the other subs are probably dreaming of this screen, watching it in their sleep, like I say. Let's get that. Another of them don't even know what's happening. I'm sorry, Frank. Oh, where's that? I've never had this combo before. Or maybe I have because there was a cafe I used to go to do music jams. And they served some interesting things. I feel like they had an apple cinnamon bun, apple bacon, I think, like apple and bacon. I think it's possible. Anyway, I don't want to distract from these playing. So. It's just about to approach in the 70s. still there?
What am I doing?
One more song before you
Something
take
like
the
that.
treacherous road. Maybe try and stay in lanes or something.
Well, I'm going to try
Be a
to
bit better.
take the safest route as I can.
Sorry?
I'm going to try to take the safest route as I can.
Well, of course, everybody's hectically trying to get to.
Safe and convenient.
Most likely, because it's not pretty morning yet. First Carlos. I've been uncertain. Think of this. Oh, right. There's jalapeno on it, so that tells me. Never mind. Never mind. Look it up. Dog is taking close watch of this. I'll stay on the screen for longer. I don't have a lot of time because he doesn't, but let's enjoy this for a few moments. Then I'll see him on his way. Then we'll see what's next. I invite the person who's here You see the highlighted comment? It's not that long. And you know what I'm doing this to the best of both of our abilities. I only had so many letters I could type. So, and I didn't entirely know I was going to have a bacon cinnamon bun. Except for everything's going to be in there in the title.
I say, that's right. I'm going to work.
You think there's only one bit? Almost at 140. Actually, it's not a bad cup of coffee. It's a good thing that I ate most of what I was going to have before I had much of the coffee. And the idea was to have them both kind of together, but it's all good. So who do we got watching? I'm sorry if your comments aren't showing up, but if I'm not seeing them, I can't read them. So, but you heard the morning chimes, so wake up and smell the coffee. Enjoy the conversation. Occasionally when I go upstairs, I'll check on the other device. But since I don't have my other one available at the moment, I can't do it down here. But like I say, OBA is going to have me up there fairly often. I mean, sometimes I have a good hour where it's like, my buddy is not distracting me, but I don't feel like other people can. I should ask other people to rely on whether it will or won't be. Especially with an in-person audience, even though tickets are cheap and the fun is free. No, just kidding. You know, at the festival, people spend a lot of money going to various shows, and not all of them are volunteers, so they it adds up. And you know, I mean, yeah, there may be slow moments in a show, but difference of seeing a live production and seeing a live stream, you know. I don't know. But I would feel bad if, you know, but I somewhat feel bad to the viewers too, a little bit. But it's kind of like, if I have to go from the screen, that was a pretty quick short head, but then I do, you know. Sometimes I'll walk around with this, but right now I'm kind of just wanting to let it charge. And I just sat down, and the dog's giving me this look. Like, yeah, I get a treat now, right? You're doing your thing with your device, or you're talking to it, and that means I get a treat. And you better do it, or you'll be upstairs again. So yeah, sorry if I'm not seeing whoever's commenting. Maybe check back after this is posted. The process. I mean, I intend for this to be quite a long one, so maybe just check back, and it might to be here. And I don't think it'll. I think I have it selected on a certain spot in the device upstairs, so I'll just keep scrolling from there. Otherwise, again, unless it bounces to the bottom and doesn't load far enough up, you know, I may not see it then, but then afterwards I would, like, you know, well, yeah, on the playback actually. But then if you want a response to comments that I may or may not be seeing, then put them underneath the video afterwards if they're otherwise not showing up, and I'll get back to them if I feel like it's you know, not a troll, basically. But you know, I will say this, just thinking about opportunities that may or may not be for me. I will say though that it felt really good to tell someone that I know that is becoming a friend, I guess, about an opportunity that I couldn't take, that she or someone else she might know might be interested in. And as it is, the name of this group is kind of odd anyway. So it's all good in the hood. Now I need to of this performance group. You need to go lay down for this. Sorry, I'm just talking to the dog. Don't know why, but anyway. Yes, I registered, but I'm going to wait another day or two to hopefully hear from what's his face. I've already kind of given him a heads up that I might need a ride that night, so that's the best we can do, and I'll try and remember to sign up. Last night, Tuesday night, I'm going to say, we're not quite halfway through the week yet. I guess not. That would be the end of today. But she said she wasn't available Monday or Tuesday, I thought. Although initially I thought Tuesday she was, but anyway. So, what do folks want to talk about? I'm going to sit for a moment while allowing you to possibly comment, and I'm going to try and remember some of the things that I was thinking before I started streaming and see if there's anything I want to put into this. I mean, I was thinking about making the coffee, getting the breakfast. Check. I was actually, yeah, and that was so weird. I've seen it occasionally, but very rarely. Like I did a short stream last night, and then I wrapped it up as normal. I come to do one this morning, and it was just a glitch. I put the title in, I got started, and it said it was 30 hours in. Not even possible, first of all, or very likely. Then I put it back in. I didn't have to retype it, thankfully. Started again, and it was a little slow to start. I had to go from the app and come back, and then here we are. So that's kind of what inspired the intro a little bit, and also something I was hearing on the radio, which I'd love to have on, but I've got the pillows perfect. I haven't been on the couch that long yet. The dog has settled nicely down, not chewing his chew stick, just laying right there. As I always say, but for those that are unfamiliar, I could get up and easily walk past him, but as soon as I do, he's going to get up and be all like, where are you taking us? You know? And he's already been outside, and I'm not taking him anywhere because it's not supposed to be that much nicer today than it was the other day or most of the week until I think Sunday. Although we did get some sun the other day, I think. But and a heck load of snow. But yeah, so I'd love to have the radio on in the background. You might hear the dishwasher out of the background, so there's that. And yeah, what else? I was thinking of the song that Rose had quoted. Hello, all four of you. Gosh, I don't know. I really don't know what else I really don't remember anything else from like while I was sleeping. I just really don't. I do remember before I got out of bed having a strong urge, hence why I'm doing this, of just, learning about other people's stories, telling a bit about mine, creative, things interspersed during this, like a song or a dance number or something, who knows? So, yeah, or motivational TED Talks or something like that, hey, I may have just inspired some of you like, yeah, maybe I'd rather watch a TED Talk. I think I could get more into them. One of you has already left. The other two are still here, and let me tell you, this could be just as good. Just because I haven't been given the opportunity in my life yet to be on that stage, for that audience, doesn't mean that I couldn't give as good a talk. And I've proved that often on here, I think. And I know some others agree. So there you have it. Will it seem as prepared and polished? No, because I'm winging it. Just being honest. Will I need to apply a muscle rub? And wish that, although I actually don't mind my hairy chest, but in putting something on like this, it's a little bit, yes, because I think the heart is on this side, right? So it's the other side, but it just feels a bit tight, a bit tender. Tight and tender. And I thought it was a song. All my dreams fulfilled. So, if I can't remember anything else, and I mean, I wasn't laying awake that long, and I was trying to figure out titles, a lot of it. What are some of the ones I came up with? That I thought, oh, maybe I'll just put it in here instead, instead of in the title. I can't remember, unfortunately. But the title is what the title is. The content is what the content is. And let's keep things rolling, moving and grooving. So, what has been your most memorable sleep dream? And what do you feel is your biggest dream for your life? And I'm more so alluding to the ones that maybe you haven't lived or fulfilled yet. But you're welcome to say the ones that you have too. So, I mean, I know that's 3 questions, a little bit loaded, but there you have it. And some people can multitask, some people can't. I'm not judging either, but I'm going to hush and let you. I think I got some of that stuff on my nose a little bit. I'm feeling a sensation. I'm going to let you respond to that, hopefully. Not the part about the nose and the ointment that I accidentally got on it, but the other stuff. And then hopefully you were able to hear me with the dishwasher. And then we'll talk about it. And I'm going to think about it as well. I mean, it is the kind of thing that I think about somewhat often, and I think any of us do. I was watching something the other day, actually, that said something about we can have these goals and dreams, but once we have actually accomplished them, I don't know. She seemed to claim, and I think she even said there was research or whatever. How often do they remain something special to us? And I think her example was she published a book, and a couple of weeks later, somebody asked how the book was doing, and she was on to the next things. And I think it was partly a joke, but she said, "I barely remembered that I published one." Which reminds me, I have to get that paper from upstairs. Yeah, that's why I don't use that. So in a moment, but and it's nice to know that we have a working printer again, but I really don't use it very much, and I don't know what I'm going to use it for next. But yeah, so I don't know. I think that our accomplishments that we all have, and honestly, I feel like we all do have them. I do think that they stick with us. If we have a lot of them, some of them will stick. Some of them will be more strongly with us. But and then the dreams that haven't came true in our life, that were the goals or whatever that we're trying to live. I know in my own experience, sure, some I've maybe let fade. Like I said, some of my performance goals on time, so that I could be a content creator and do it here instead. So that I could discover the medium that I'm meant to be using, and that is best for me, or at least these days. If I was living a more busy, hectic life, it would be a different story. I'd either not be focused on it at all and probably be a bit depressed, or I'd be doing it differently, but living the passions and dreams, So, but I know that try as we might, sometimes we might be like, oh, I'm going to give up on this dream. I'm going to give up on this goal because I'm not getting where I want with it, kind of thing. You can try and forget it all you want, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. I'm going to switch it back to all, although it was showing other ones when I switched it to top messages. It doesn't look like I missed anything. But this guy never stays wrong, and I have a slight suspicion that it might be Oliver. Buy concert merch. That's an interesting question. What's your favorite concert merch that you have? Um, but yeah, basically, let me get that one. Basically, yeah. So, but try as you might, sometimes, you know, a certain goal or ambition, dream that you have for your life, even if you want to give up on it, like I say, you'll find sometimes life won't let you. You won't let you. And my suggestion to that is to continue to focus on it, try and be positive, take little steps, reevaluate sometimes, you know, reshape at times. See if there's other ways. That's the biggest one. That's what I'm kind of showing when doing this, you know. Um, Now, I should be obvious or I should be honest, as I usually am, with the three people that are watching now, and anybody else who might see this part. If anyone was asking themselves, like, I get the sense that, like, he feels like he's trying to, you know, he's also going about his day and trying to put it all together as he goes, but that he's trying to do a performance. Would he actually do this on stage for an audience? I'd probably try and polish it up a little bit. I would. But do I feel like I have it accessible to do it that way? No. And you know, just thinking what people might be thinking, although I hate to put words in people's mouths, and most people might not be thinking it. And also, you know, I don't want to take away from them being part of the chat because I'm saying the things that they were thinking, you know, before they get to. But I'm sure that some people might think, you know, if we really mattered to him, he'd put a bit more effort. Sometimes I do. But honestly, I'm usually so excited and eager to at least share a base idea, even if the rest, you know, come along while I'm doing it, you know, from the comments or my own mind, or you know, I mean, it's a spur of the moment type of thing, I feel like, and I appreciate that for the most part. You know, I could write out a script, but then I'd look like I'm reading, and some people wouldn't like that, and I don't think I would either. And two, I'd probably veer from it. So if I'm not going to follow it that precisely, then why do it that way to begin with? You know what I mean? Now, if I was acting for somebody else's thing, I wouldn't do it intentionally. But if it happened and I thought it worked, I would, like, you know, and so this is a message for anybody at the moment, for anybody who maybe writes plays or does creative works. I understand you're going to have a certain vision. You're going to have a certain, you know, have things put together in a certain way. And that's fine. That's great. And I haven't had this experience much, but when I was thinking about auditioning for something recently, it went through my mind, partly because I thought the person putting it on might be a little bit, I hate to say it, but potentially of a difficult person to work with. I mean, I haven't met him, but it's just the vibe he was giving in the correspondence and in the communication. But basically, if somebody, like, if you could tell, like, for sure that they're going in there and they're just trying to take control of it and make it their own, I think I think you should be able to say, this is my piece of work. I've casted you to work in it. I need you to stick to what I presented you with. You know, we don't want to have to replace you. We want to give you this opportunity. So, you know, please don't make us have to, you know, especially if we haven't had a lot of people audition or whatever it is, have to go looking for someone else to do it. You can do this, you know. But what I would add to that, I initially was going to say a lot less than that, but, you know me, or if you don't know me, I try and give a well-rounded approach. I try and consider people's feelings. I try and, you know, yeah. And so, but the thing that I think would also be important to add to that, because some people might say, you know, one, they might just want validation recognition. In today's world, it wouldn't be odd. And maybe just in general, it's a human need. That some people haven't gotten very much in their life, whether they post online or not. But then also, some people are more born leaders, you know, or they have the qualities. Some people that get to be don't, but, you know. But anyway, and yeah, I would add to that previous stuff to just say, like, loved your idea. That was brilliant. If you truly did. If you didn't, maybe say why you don't think it would work, because the person might actually agree with you. Oh, yeah, you know what? That actually makes sense. Your idea was better, you know, right? But, like, I mean, I know some people will think, I mean, they might think a couple things. They might think, I don't have really time to explain this. It takes 10 minutes, maybe. And if it happens to happen in a group with others around, maybe they needed to hear it too, you know. And then also, it just, you know, it avoids people being involved in the project. It's the same with any kind of group work, really. Feeling unheard or unappreciated. Um, so yeah, I think that it's good to say, you know, like, you know, but, you know, I might even suggest lying, even if you don't think that what they accidentally, you know, like, say they read a line wrong, or they voiced an opinion and said, I really think it would make more sense for this to be this way. Then, you know, yeah, say, you know, I thank you for your opinion. I can see how it would, but I'd like you to see how what I've done, uh, you know, why I've done it this way. And then I need you to stick with it. Yeah. But yeah, try and be genuine, like, you know, or like I say, if you want to be really honest and you don't like their idea, tell them why you don't, but then thank them for offering it. And you know what? Heck, you could even go as far as to say, but this is a real blessing or a real good opportunity for you to you know, to be working on this with us. And so I hope that you can appreciate that. And, you know, I don't know. I'm just randomly saying stuff. But I mean, it does fit with some of the things I was thinking of. And maybe it will relate to something that the viewers are going through. So anyway, but I think it just, oh, $5. Oh, Carlos, you're still here. Keep it up. Thank you. Oh, wow. Now, that might go back to you, because at the moment, I don't know if we have it set up. I took the PayPal off because I think G and I both know that we were seeing articles about them being a bit wonky, plus they take a cut. Plus the name was in there. So, and I've been meaning to talk with them about it, actually. But I think there might be a better one to use. I just don't know what it is. And then somebody said, oh, just the Google account should work. But last time somebody sent $1, I don't believe that we received it, even in spam. So you may have just given that to YouTube, or it'll go back to you, or I don't know. But I do thank you for giving that. It's nice to see it on the screen. That's very generous of you. You know, I know it's only $5, but I don't see people giving money very often, so I appreciate it. I make coffee mostly at home, but I do appreciate it. But I'm curious to what I would like to hear, though, is what you think of some of these thoughts, and how, if they might resonate for you in your life. We have another person there too. I haven't seen any comments since you're saying awesome, other than that, what you sent. But yeah, no, like I say, it really does make sense. I don't want to bend this cord, and my tripod seems to be wobbling a bit. It's not the best design for a tripod. I don't know what that little image is. It shows your image at the bottom in another green thing. Okay, it just went. That's weird. Anyway, but yeah, so I fell asleep. I might again. Oh, but then you came back. I see. Wow. Can you even really call that falling asleep? Like it was like 15 minutes, maybe? Oh, really? The piano put you to sleep. Oh, isn't that lovely? Um, what kind of dream did you have? And also, if you have any song requests, I don't know if you've heard Me Musical yet. And I do kind of feel like I'm still waking up. Like, heck, it's only 8:30. It honestly feels like 10 o'clock. Just one of those mornings where I felt creative. I'm feeling fairly social. And so, makes sense to be live streaming. Oh, well, that's good. What kind of stuff? And is it stuff that you feel like you actually need to do while you're awake? Just no sleepwalking, okay? Like that's actually pretty dangerous. But man, I wish I could fall asleep that fast. It used to take me close to an hour. I think it takes me a little less now, but you can't remember. Yeah, and I mean, I actually believe you because, like I say, the one I had last night, like I was awake less than 15 minutes, but then I started to think, okay, what do I want to call this live stream? You know, how do I want to start it? But then when I actually started it, it did things that had a mind of its own. It also, you may have heard mentioned where I said something about guests in the comments. It had a invite guest on screen thing. I accidentally turned it on, but I thought I don't have anybody lined up. Should I still consider Jada? I don't know if she's the other person watching or not. If she is, and if she isn't, the reasons why I'm thinking no is because although I think it's kind of cute and it's very mainstream these days, and and a lot of people don't take offense to the word, she uses the N word a bit more than I think she should. Uh, and I believe she's mixed race and half black. She talks like she's lives in. She talks like she's like from the hood, but I mean, maybe she is. I mean, she's lived in Arizona and Washington. I'm sure they have their hoods there. You know what I mean? But she also, even though she was pretty focused on her driving while she was streaming, she seemed to exhibit road rage. Now I understand some people don't drive very well, and as I touch this, hopefully there's not one of them, and that's annoying. Some people are under a lot of stress. They're mad rushing or something. They might have a health condition. If anybody has a health condition that like could be pretty serious, like not just a cold or a flu, and you drive, I and Marla and Dad and lots of others would tell you that's not the smartest thing. Like you should, we can understand how having a vehicle able to drive is for lack of a different word, a blessing. It's really helpful. But unless you're ready to die or possibly risk somebody else's life, it's actually not that much better. It's a little bit safer because sometimes you might not be experiencing the symptom. But if you're drunk, you're drunk. You know what I mean? And but like Marla, I mean, she knew that. I feel like she knew she had a heart condition, or that she was predispositioned to having some sort of stroke or whatever. And I don't know actually the difference between a heart attack and a stroke. But anyway, but she chose to drive. And although I sense that she's happy where she's at, and she visited the other day stream, I do feel like that's her message to the world. is to don't take that risk. So, because yeah, it it she passed away because of it. So, but there was something I was saying before that. I mean, but I did say in the video the other day, if you're playing me instead of your radio while you're driving, I mean, I kind of support that cause, you know. Not that there's bad stuff on the radio, it's just, but then I'd rather the people that are watching are conversing. I really would. And as long as I see the comments, and I'll look at them and usually respond to them. But like I've had somebody who's been in here and they seem to be chatting, but then maybe they weren't the driver. Come to think of it, just realizing now, like they said, okay, I got to my destination, and I took that as they're driving the car and they're watching and talking on my stream. No, maybe they were not driving though. Well, that was yesterday, I believe, but like at around 11 or 12 our time. But then I moved on to other things in the day, but anyway, yeah. So these long streams this week are making up for the fact that I might not be able to a couple other times this week, especially the one day. Like, it's so jam packed. I do want to try and remember. Like, this might remind me because I need to. Yeah, I have this here. I do want to try and remember to make some notes. So that might be an example of where I am kind of, and sometimes I kind of am, but where I'm following something because it'll help me process and keep up with the day. And, I could just say whatever details I remember and I come to stream with on the weekend or later in the evening, but probably the weekend, is what it is. But then part of me thinks, no, I want to, I don't want to be feverishly writing the whole time, but I don't want to not either. I mean, Marge does email. Joy says really, really busy. But is she not doing fringes here? I hope she is, because that's nice. Wait, hi, Canadian friend. It's sunny in England. It is semi-bright, kind of gray. Potentially going to snow more today. I'm just going to rhyme because it seems a fun way. By the way, I have to ask, I hope you didn't mind when I slightly swore. It wasn't at anybody, and I don't do it often. I know you asked if I did it, but I think you either came back or stayed for a little while afterwards, and then here you are today. So, but I didn't know if that bothered you. But again, I try not to do it. I'm not one that does it very often. Yeah. I know that some people are just really sensitive to it. I was sharing a story a little while ago on here, though, about someone that G knows who likes to say the F word quite a bit. And what I found is it actually amped me up, and I don't know why it says amp the Good Morning video, only some of them, but it actually amped me up and agitated me. And I was like, let's use this aggression to something. Like not like let's go beat someone up or something, but like I was telling them about a job I tried to get and how I felt like I was mistreated in the process. And how they just didn't understand autism, or they just didn't treat me very well. And I said, let's I want to bring you there and give them a talking to, because she seemed to understand autism. But then I saw something that she posted recently. I can't remember what. Or something about just being thankful to have a job or whatever. And I don't know this person very well, but she told, and if you haven't liked yet, please do. But I thought she was the type that would understand that, especially if you're on the autism spectrum, certain types of work environments you just couldn't do. She didn't write the post. She just shared it. It was like a quote, but still. But anyway, went to the park with my little sister and my parents. What is your picture of, by the way? Yeah, so am I. And saw lots of ducks and Canadian geese. So they're going to England. I thought they went to Mexico, actually. I know that sounds weird, but I thought I heard that once. Or just to another part of Canada. But what your profile picture was, I think, is what I was asking. But were you here the other day when that person said that their duck passed away? He was holding the duck and he had cancer. Speaking of the other day, welcome back, Sammy. I can't believe I'm already rolling. Like, I usually take my morning slower, but sometimes I don't. Anyway, or at least by now, even if I hadn't already been rolling for 2 hours, I would be. When I go upstairs, I have to take another look at that thing because it honestly looks animated. Maybe it is, but is your family animated? But anyway, yeah, I don't know if that duck could have gotten cancer that way. To think of a duck even getting cancer is kind of crazy. I know of a Donald that wouldn't mind, but anyway. And okay, thank you for your forgiveness, and realize that it may happen from time to time. Yeah, it was in the other room. It's true. So sorry to hear that. Yeah, I've had a dog that has, and I think sometimes we don't always know what our pets die from. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think sometimes we don't know. I mean, if we bring it to a vet, there might be a bit more likelihood of finding out, but sometimes they're not sure either. And even if, or sometimes, we just realize that the pet's old. It's not that our pets don't matter to us. Sometimes they kind of matter more to us than other people do sometimes. But I just feel like we know that pets live less long. We just give them the best quality of life that we can, and it's a little bit easier sometimes than a person who may be like, no, I don't want that, or don't do that, and I think we just kind of let our pets, we might give them medicine or take them to the vet, but other than that, I don't feel like, to come to think of it, and I haven't really ever given it much thought, I don't feel like with a person in our lives, like a loved one that might have a health problem, I feel like you would do more than if it was for a pet. Even though the bond is different and in some ways might be stronger than it would be with another person. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah, I'm just seeing a very small circle version of it right now. No, you're not the one whose page I went to. That was Labella. But I'm very actually kind of curious. Of course. Of course. And I mean, some pets are a bit more trouble, but that's another thing. They're usually don't sin as much. No, just kidding. No, I'm agnostic. Pets don't usually necessarily do things that affect their karma. So without a doubt, they're in heaven. But people, it's either heaven or hell as far as I'm concerned. You're swimming now with a bunch of other people around. You got headphones on. How can you be on a device if you're in water? I know that they make them semi-waterproof, but that doesn't sound like a good idea. I'm thankful that you're willing to risk it, though. No, when I used to go to that, I used to have a lid though from a bin that I would use, or I'll just be off at the side briefly. But I really try not to because your hands are going to be wet. No, I was just wanting to look at your picture more closely, and I feel again like I'm being called upstairs, so maybe I'll go do that quickly. I mean, obviously it's you when you were younger, but some people look a lot like they did when they were younger. I mean, so it's nice to put a face to a name, and let's go see what you look like. You're like, I already know what I look like. Yeah, but we don't. I went to park now. I'm going swimming. But I'm at what kind of reception? Do you have headphones in? Sorry, I kind of feel like I'm being as loud as I can with the amount of morning energy that I have. But I'm just wondering, what kind of reception are you at? It's interesting because I think I used to swim with Leanne. Did I? No. What kind of reception are you at, Sammy? If you haven't liked, please do. And where did you say you're watching from in the world? Oh, I think you said you're also in Canada, so the time difference can't be that much different. I think I'll play another one of G's songs. I want to look at it a bit closely first, but if you want my thoughts on your profile picture, I'm about to go up and look at it. Oh, that's not my thoughts. Oh, that's right. I wanted to bring that thing. That shirt. That's why I went in there. I'm going to put the radio on a little bit too. You got me really curious about this reception that involves swimming and being at the park and seeing ducks and Canada geese. Oh, right. You said you're in England. So it's afternoon there. You're saying that I'm your Canadian friend. Right. Okay, cool. And I'm happy to be so. I never said I had this friendship off of YouTube as well. Some I do, but... That person is not in there. Is that even their wheelchair or somebody else's? They're just kind of doing stuff around it. I'm just watching this for a moment, just outside in our lane. No, it looks like he belongs to it. He was just doing something and got himself in and out of it just fine. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, I see. Now, normally on my, who is that? February? Looks like a concert, or maybe not a concert. It's on 2 different days. Are you still here? I have questions about your content. Just kidding. But I do kind of. Oh, is it BTS? Oh, Stray Kids. And looking at them, I don't see how some of the people I've heard people say that they look like them. Well, let me look. Are they all Asian? I mean, maybe the hairstyles, but like the people I'm thinking of that have been told that aren't Asian. That doesn't mean that they might not look a little similar as well. And as far as your profile picture, I thought I could make it bigger by clicking on it. I might be able to zoom. And it's a little bit blurry, but there seems to be quite a few kids in it. Some teens and a couple of adults, okay? Looks like a really close-knit, lovely family, to which I would say is mostly a blessing. Now, to go to AI for a moment, but did I just say that? Well, there's 2 here. It's not me, it's G. It's his fault. No, just kidding. He creates the things. I'm curious about this. While you're waiting for me, it's just not very long, and it's very loud. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. UK, Afrobeat, Russian lullaby, Arabic, Bollywood, travel all together. I always wondered what shoegaze sounded like. Shoegaze, Afro, funk. Sounds a bit like Chris Dolce too, though. It's not that I don't mind heavy music or that I like, I hate, basically, I'm just not feeling the heavy parts of that right now because it's still early and I'm still tired.
Old prints fading in the gravel, dust on the cuffs of my jeans. Sun's hanging low on the fence line, mailbox numbers flick past in the stream. Thought I'd run every back road, trade them all in for chrome, but every mile I put behind me bends me back where I'm from. It's a long stride toward home, one step.
The morning starts without a sound, down.
This is maybe a gift from Dad. Or Dad. Yeah, I don't actually mind that somewhat, but it's not a favorite. Scottish reggae, folks.
The morning starts without a sound. The sun spreads soft along the ground. A coffee cup instead.
Be back in a few moments.
The world's the same, but here I stand. Me crowd to chase, me time to lose. I'll mark the day the inner choose. A quiet mind, a clearer view. A simple start that feels brand new. I'll read again, forget the pain. Let bad thoughts wash out my brain. Doors drift by, I'll let them go.
Two people that are watching, if you're not saying anything, don't do it. Just kidding. No, I'm glad to have you here. I hope you're feeling happy, positive, not judging negatively. You're probably wrong.
The air is soft, the street feels wide, a steady heart beats deep inside. A strange annoyed body, the simplest things can clear the way.
I've been teasing you for quite a while. I hope that you will, if you're saying something, I'm sorry, I'm not teasing. I'm sorry. The other thing that I'm kind of curious, but then like I said, I can't say here, I can't do it. Okay. I want to try something. I'm just curious. Keep meaning to go to the other room, but... Oh, is she? She's not there. Maybe she'll take something back. So she knows taking the other things.
This quiet joy in days like this. Let the wind blow with the strain. Let the pulse forget the pain. Let the noise of worry miss the steady call of days.
And Potato, if you're there and you say it looks like your laptop, you'll come back up. No, I don't seem to be.
Mist creeps in, the stars appear. The world is small, but I feel clear. A gentle
I'll be right back.
inside my chest reminds me that I'm truly blessed. I didn't need that offie much, just peace to keep where it once clutched. The world may turn it, I will, but I can stand here quiet still. Understand what living means. Happiness, love, we daily scenes. The buzz may shift, the course may change. The calm refined, I advise the same. The chaos stays, that don't release the simple joy becomes my peace of breathing. I can't resist the gentle pull of days like this.
Their own creation. I like this. I'm gonna play it again. Not talk here in the time. Enjoy, and I'll be right back.
The morning starts without a sound. The sun spreads soft along the ground. A coffee cup instead in hand. The world's the same, but here I stand. Me crowd to chase, me time to lose. I'll mark the day the inner choose. A quiet mind, a clearer view. A simple start that feels brand new. I'll read again, forget the pain. Let bad thoughts wash out my brain. Doors drift by, I'll let them go. There's peace in things I'll never know. The world moves fast, but I don't care. I found a calm that's always there. I'll raise my head, I take the risk, and smile inside on days like
Is any words that you hear in this that you're unsure of what they are? Ask me. But I have so many UK fans, they probably use them all the time.
Feels wide, a steady heart beats deep inside. A stranger nods, I nod back to it. The simplest things can clear the way. The noise of life begins to fade. I live the plans I never made. The weight I held just disappears and leaves me free of wasted tears. I'll lose the fetched, but it feels right. The load I carry lifts the nicht. Nee, need to rush, nee, urge to flee. The world moves on, I'll let it be. The bands they laugh, the colors blend. I start to trust my heart again. I raise my aim, the licht persists. There's quiet joy in days like this. Let the wind blow the strain. Let the pulse forget the pain. Let the noise of worry miss the steady call of days like this. The mist creeps in, the stars appear. The world is small, but I feel clear. A gentle song inside my chest reminds me that I'm truly blessed. I didn't need that offie much, just peace to keep where it once clutched. The world may turn it, I will, but I can stand here quiet still. Understand what living means. Happiness, love, we daily scenes. The paths may shift, the course may change. The karma find I vice the same. The chaos stays, the dooms release. The simple joy becomes my peace. I breathe in,
I can't resist.
the gentle
Full of days like you. It's hosted by someone else. Oh, okay. I see. This is fun.
The morning starts without a sound.
Oh, this is no. Oh, Jesus. This is fun. I know the odor is so loud sometimes. At least he's on different floor than you're doing. At least.
The morning starts without a sound.
No, it was still playing that one. Anyway.
Whistles in the dark lane, darkening.
Savage tempo. Nobody's here, but I'm having fun. I'm dancing. It's good. It's exercise. It makes me happy. I should do it more, but I'm not happy chappy. Where's Dustin? Not always happy chappy. Where is he? I want him to be here happy. I look forward to them coming in the summer. Maybe not Dustin, but they mean her be about. And we just did it. That was a really a wild moment to do stuff. I should not dance on the stairs, right? No, I'm smarter than that, right? But I'm feeling it, yo. They used to have a wall to hold. Just kidding. Yes, I need to bike or walk to things tomorrow, but we have so much snow now, and we might get some today, and it's not going to go in a day, so I hope he can help out. Let's just stand down here and listen to the music, the faint music in the Scottish hills. How you doing? Welcome. Feel free to say where you're watching from. Oh, it's actually, I thought it was $5. It was $5.60. I really should figure out how to receive that. If I didn't, then I'll just say I didn't. Hopefully it's okay. I figure that out. I should make a little note actually that I can't receive donations. You know what? People like, what if somebody donated like $20 and I can't receive it and they don't get it back? So let's.
Did you hear them giggle by the hawthorn tree? Silver teeth that glimmer just where none should be.
Hello, everybody.
Soft and sweet and slow. Clap your hands upon your ears and then you let it go. Whistles in the dark when I run, dancing on the road till the sun. If you love your name, be you speak it loud. Stealing the heather in the blackthorn cloud. Whistles in the dark when step in time. Laughing as we to the edge of reason and rhyme. Come away, they'll pull you through singing, hey, I'm coming with you.
Get the donation. Okay.
Heard a bonny chorus rising from the dell. Sounded like from the
Hey.
past the crooked pine. Next they found us burning down by the burning line. Go through it lonely like the
Should just sing what I thought. What? Our own creation, not a massively produced song, so it's okay to include it, and I'm not monetizing it. Except, keep thinking she's saying love your neighbor, and might as well, as long as they're not completely stupid and annoying. I'll stop dancing and shaking, moving and grooving. I'll just continue to do the stairs again. Just kidding. Irish jig. Well, have you ever met an Irish pig doing an Irish jig? I feel like I did brush my teeth, didn't I? I feel like I need a flavor. So we got 2, now 4 over here. How's everybody doing? It's kind of cloudy out. Part of me kind of thinks I might be able to sleep, but my symptoms are feeling a bit better, but not entirely. I slept fine during the night, so here I am. Now, I think I left my other water up there, but I have one at the couch here, so it works. So I can only see comments if they show up. But how's everybody's day going? Where are you watching from, if you'd like to say? If I don't already know. And if there's something weighing on your heart or a passion that you'd like to talk about, let's do it. Because yeah, this is a mixture of vignettes, little moments of like creativity, and otherwise just conversating about life, about death. Okay. Oh. About sorry, I'm just putting lotion on. I'm not rubbing my hands together in a weird way. I'm rubbing my hands together in a normal way. Anyway, so yeah, what shall we talk about, folks? Is there a song request you might have? Is there a deep and profound thought you'd like to share that you've been thinking about a lot lately? Let's hear it. That almost sounds kind of Scottish. But even when I think it's somewhat loud, it's not actually super loud on here. Certainly not recognizable. Do you think they're less particular about like the radio? I don't know if that's true, but don't have it set to monetize, so that's the main thing. Oh, I'm tired. Didn't get very much on her. It soaked in really fast. Really fast. I think it's worse in the winter, but then also it could be the anemia. Well, there's 2 people here, but I have been doing some content for a while, but today, a little more than an hour. Longer than it feels, actually, though. But the Alex haven't helped out hugely with this. Some people have stuck around for a bit and talked. All 3 of them, actually, I'm kind of familiar with. True enough. Let's meet someone new. Where did I put my... Oh, right. When I get up, please remind me to get my slip-on shoes, because my feet are still cold even in my socks, and they are by the keyboard. But I just put a bunch of stuff for the next coming days on the chair that I put there. I guess I can move it back. It was really to get something else that was underneath it. And I think the dishwasher's probably finished now, so I could put the laundry in. But next time I get up, I'll grab those. I'll put the laundry in. Actually, it's good that thing that he put in there today needed to be put in, and it's a big garment onesie, like I say. So, yeah. So actually a little bit big for him, but so. And then it'll be all set and ready, and then on Friday probably, and then back up before it go. But here is that. But I don't know about. I don't know if we're gonna get an up in that day. It's such a busy day. I'm gonna want to, but because it's a busy day, I might not be able to fit it in. Familiar with this song, but not well. feel free to come into the chat with a lovely comment. And let's have a nice conversation. If there's something you'd like me to make a little vignette about, feel free to suggest. Or if there's a song you'd like me to do. But I've been talking for a while, so unless somebody has something to say, I kind of think, I feel bad because there's two people here that I don't know what I'm putting into this next. Chapstick if you're curious, chapstick if you're not. And that I'm kind of relying on one of you to say something, but can't see why you wouldn't. And if you are saying something, I'm sorry if I don't see it. I can't read it. But other than that, don't forget to like. I appreciate it. And yeah. If you're not wishing to contribute, this stream might be a little bit boring for you to, unless other people tune in and start contributing. It could happen. It's happened before. Whistles, whispers. I was thinking about that recently. I saw. We got 4 of you here. I hope somebody will say something in the chat to make this come back alive, because I'm rolling for a little bit and not feeling very lively. One thing I had asked, though, and I'm going to sit and think about it for a moment and try to actually not express it too quickly, but just formulate some thoughts and then express them. Not too quickly. It's meant to be how it is, I suppose. But, before I do, is about the dreams thing. Again, I feel like I talk about it somewhat often on here, though. Like, I had dreams of being a musician, in a bigger capacity. And at times in my life, I have been. But it doesn't feel like it's as easily accessible to get to those places or as comfortable to be in them. Not anything strongly personal, just other people from that place that I used to know there have passed away, for instance. The host is Mixie Lexi. Anyway, but a lot of places are just so loud or too far away, so, or dangerous. So, and even though I'm ambivalent, yeah, I don't know if G's knowledge of that kind of stuff is as good, but, and I have taken the thing about Sheila pretty well, but I don't know, I wonder if we might want to try and find some places to perform at. I don't remember what the character is. I think it's Ellis. I think. But anyway, I kind of want to talk where they're talking because I don't know what they're saying. And a song feels different. But yeah, I don't know. The stuff that I still try and do on here, I'm thankful when I can. Other than that, my life goals and dreams, I think I'm at a spot where I'm trying to figure out what those are again, and how I can get there to continue to make life worth it. again, the community on here helps with that. G and the dog help with that. The occasional other that I associate with help with that. Sorry to keep saying help with that, but I need to, yeah. But like I say, the things this week, whether I make it to one or both of them, I need to try and make it to one, I think, because, yeah. And actually, I might not be able to do the computer errand. That was G's I was briefly looking at, very briefly. It was right about the other day, actually, pretty much. But I'm not crossing my arms for any particular reason, by the way, other than I am. But what was I saying? Yeah, if I haven't gotten my check, then I won't be able to repair the computer probably. Things are that tight. But again, see the blurb before you go rushing to donate. But I appreciate the thought, though. Eventually, we'll figure it out. I mean, people don't seem to be donating very often, but it's nice to have it set up for when they do. And it's been something I've been meaning to look at, and then I keep getting distracted, or I may have looked at it one day, like Patreon, and then got a little bit confused, so I wandered away from it. The two people that are here watching now are quietly watching. If you really are enjoying this and appreciating this, welcome to stay. Hopefully you'll actually choose to comment. And if you are again and I'm not seeing them, I'm sorry about that. Otherwise, maybe you want to watch something that you'd rather watch, rather comment on. Just a thought. Not trying to be mean, just one of you left. Okay. Yeah, because I sometimes wonder if some people are just watching it thinking, this guy's so weird. This guy's this, this guy's that. And you can get a pretty good idea of me through my videos because I'm pretty much how I am, in life, and that. But some people, they're just more of a negative person. They don't really have anything positive to, they don't really think positive and well of other people. They're just, maybe it's because they're used to being judged a lot. They might not be an outward bully or whatever, but they might be, and I'm not accusing, the other person or either anybody of necessarily doing that, but I'm sure that some people do, and they're all like, this guy's weird, and like, I would like to beat him up, or I hate to say it, but it's possible. And like, I'd rather the person be watching something they'd rather like, not here thinking about it, and I'd rather see nobody watching if that's the case than somebody sitting here thinking that, because it's not really healthy or beneficial or worthwhile to either of us. You know what I mean? But if that's not the case, then I'm happy to have you here. And if you are chatting, if you are trying to send a chat through, hopefully one of the mods or somebody else in general shows up, and I can say, is there anything that I'm not seeing in the comments that I see? And then hopefully they'll tell me, and that. I don't want you to feel like you're not able to participate, even though you may be trying to. It's not my fault if YT's hiding some comments. It's not. But I want you to feel welcome here. I want you to feel safe here and included. So, that's most people. Maybe some people don't deserve or shouldn't be here, but on the stream. But for most people, that would be what I feel. So, again, it's not playing the music. It seems to be more of a talk station, but I don't really feel like getting up and changing it. So I'm going to make it a talk station here too, and talk on top of that until it does the music again, unless I'm enjoying what I'm saying and having thoughts, and then I'll continue. But yeah, like I said, it's non-monetized video. For a moment there, it went up to 3 again. Now, but at least it says that. But after this, I don't know. I was thinking I'll probably work for about 3 or 4 hours today, because I am able to today, and it's nice to have the company, and I'm pacing myself, and I might even try for 5 hours. I don't think I'd be able to do more than 6 though, and I think 7 or is it 12 or 8 or something? I can't remember. Is the maximum length, but I'm using their built-in storage. So yeah, it's kind of cloudy. I mean, if I get tired enough, and I really feel like I just can't stay awake, I'll wrap up and I'm not going to do a sleep stream. I don't understand those, and I don't know how someone can sleep knowing that there could be conversation that they're missing. I guess they figure people are talking amongst themselves. That's why with me, I'm happy to give them a place to talk to each other. I've heard that. At the same time, there's lots of that on the internet. Like it doesn't, like it's not that interesting to watch someone sleep, and kind of, people are gonna be weird, perhaps. And yeah, I'd be like, what's being said? You know, I can't sleep knowing there's a stream rolling, like that I'm doing. So no, I don't do that. Just kidding. And I don't snore like that when I do sleep either. So. Well, the other dream, which seems to fit with this theme that I've had, that's the thing. I don't know. Like, honestly, if you stick around too. Like, I mean, I don't mean to say like it's gonna be super outrageous or whatever, but like, you can think, oh, I'm just sitting here listening to this guy talking in the background and whatever. But like, pay full attention every now and then because you never know. Like, it's still early, so it's only 9:30. My goodness, it feels like it should be at least 10:30. Morning, but morning is spelled a different way. So, and again, you might see different versions of sections of this, or uh, uh, because I try and recreate them with someone else when I have them available to me, or you might see whether they're in it or just helping make it look even better at parts. But for right now, I'm fine with it as is, and this is what I have available. I didn't wake up having somebody on mind, on hand to come work with me on this. And like I say, it's at that chapter where if you'd asked me in my 20s, although I've for a long time had a lot of non-local online friends, but I did have, and other ones were like people I knew at things. I didn't really hang out with them outside of where I knew them a lot of the times, but we got along where I knew them from. So does that count as a friend or just an acquaintance? I don't know, but and then, but there would have been some. There would have been some, and a lot of them have passed away. To health. Uh, I mean, Clark and Hilda and Ray are probably, the biggest ones. The rest have been family, mostly. Like I say, health or accidents. So, I mean, they might be happy to be a part of it. So, is there a scene that I would like to set for the next part? Like when I think about, and maybe you'd like to help me pick the next little vignette that we use. The themes would be the afterlife, which I'm kind of alluding to a little bit, in a non spooky ghost kind of way. Would be and I remember once I think it was that one that we did with Essie. I think that that one kind of incorporated all the ideas, the afterlife, the mental health. Actually, may not have incorporated that much mental health, music. So I think whatever I do, it's going to be with music. I don't know if I really want to focus on the one topic, so I think it's going to be, and I don't really want to combine the other two. And I think I had that thought back then too. Like I don't want people thinking that intercommunication is a mental health disorder. Although I think that some people should be less quick. Thankfully, I don't receive people saying this very much, thankfully, but some people should be less quick to say that it's demonic because it could be schizophrenia, although that's different. I've never experienced schizophrenia, but I have experienced angel communication. You know what I mean? And I know that it's got to be different just from what I've heard about schizophrenia. Um, but I mean, I mean, that's a mental health condition. It's often genetic. It's unfortunate that people have it. It can maybe feel like you're possessed, but same with them. We can't call those people demonic because that's not fair to them. That's not right. They don't want to have that condition. But again, I know very little about that. But I feel like I should pick mental health or afterlife. So I'm going to sit for a moment and see what jumps out. So yeah, I don't really want to use that table. Oh, it's over there anyway. This would be great whether it was somebody else. If there'd be other people here chat. Right now we have one viewer that I can see that it indicates, but it'd be really great if we had somebody else because I want to bounce some ideas off of people before I create. I've missed the submission date for that anyway. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just too unpredictable. Some hours it's like I need more pit stops than others, But I can't pin that, on a cast that I might be working with. And maybe I'm wrong and it would go well. But what if I'm right, And then that's the reputation that you built then, right? And again, they may understand like it's not your fault, but like you may get looked at as stupid. Like don't enroll in something if don't commit to something that you really can't for whatever reason, right? So and I prefer to say mind wellness, by the way, although I know that's not the language that's most commonly used. Which one do I want to focus on? Not that one. I think I'm already exhibiting ADHD a little bit. But that's not why I wander off, sometimes. Like although sometimes something is distracting my focus. But autism or depression? See, for me, the autism, is largely based on tactile sensitivities and loud, unpredictable, uncontrolled environments. For the most part, although I do art and festival, I've been doing that for years, and I feel like I'm right on. Essentially, it becomes my life, like a second home, being at that every year. So, but and I still plan to do that as long as my life as long as life is still going at that point. And anytime I'm with G, maybe it might be obvious then, but and we can't do it in performances. It's really unfortunate. I mean, I'm sure some performers wouldn't mind, but some things maybe get live streamed anyway. And then if they have been live streamed already and posted, I mean, I know I would say, well, like with my content, even though I'm posting it, check with me before you do anything with it. But at the same time, when they're not only putting it online, but they're also putting it into a stage performance. And I don't know, a little preview of something, I don't think it would be bad to show. So I might try and do that, but otherwise we can't do it while we're at the things. And we want to be more focused on actually seeing it, not on the screen, but in person, right? I'm not saying it just be too specific because I have the sign, etc. But hey, maybe I'm traveling. Maybe I am. Never know. And hopefully I'll be able to share with Damien. And I don't know if Mark and Kelly and Kesha is likely to be here this summer, but the other ones, it sounds like he's thinking about it. I keep seeing myself either laying on the keyboard a little bit, or, and actually that would kind of go back to something that happened a little earlier when G was playing the piano and somebody was watching. It was 5-something a.m. and he said he fell back asleep. Yeah, I remember, but it was unfortunate because there seemed to be a lot of details in there, and it was an interesting experience to dream about. And yeah, I just don't remember. But you know what? Anything that I meant to remember may pop back up into my memory. But table. Oh, suddenly. I've sang this song actually before on here. Living on Love. Non-monetized video. Just snippets usually too. Living on love. Living on love, buying our time, something ain't worth a dime. Living on love. That's what I'm saying. And it's playing. Oh, living on love. Yeah. 4, 3. Here, don't make it 2, 1. And then blast on off. Stay a while. Oh, that's playing outside. Okay. I mean outside. Upstairs. I'm in festival mode. Grandparents. The fabric of our growing up for most of us. Were you close with yours? What do you remember about yours? Quiet, but gentle. Both a little strict. Scottish. I don't remember her being super loud and bubbly, but I don't remember her being quiet either. How I wish I could remember them better. How I wish they were still in my life. I could still go out for lunches with them. I could still hear their voice. They've been gone so long that I know they matter to me. I know they were family. But I almost forget them. Dad has also been gone quite long, but he, I guess the thing is I feel him around me more. And it's not because they were cremated, folks, because where's the picture of Ray when you need it? It used to be up there. I remember her letting me know afterwards that she was standing by her urn as people came up after her funeral and were like giving their thoughts to her, essentially having a moment. She was like, hi, you know? So, nice to see you. But I mean, they didn't know it was happening unless they had that belief system or felt like it might be. I didn't know it was happening at the time either. I think I just said, rest well or something like that. And other people had tapped the urn, so I did too. We released the ashes at a non-children's play park, a campground that has little trails, and that seemed to have been their wish. I think they maybe spent a lot of time there. My mother apparently learned to drive there from them, I think, from one of them. But so I want people to know that just because a loved one is cremated does not necessarily mean that they don't live on in heaven. But yeah, I mean, I don't even feel my dad that much anymore around, but I know that he is. I know he would never go anywhere from my life. And it's the same with them. Sometimes I forget what they call it, something ometry. Sometimes holding an object is not something I do very often. No, I hold objects all the time. Let me just, clarify that. But I don't hold objects and try and channel energy. Well, one of them's smiling more than the other, I'll tell you that much. They just said always hold us close. My grandmother seems amused that I remember her Scottish accent. Wow, I think those are wows. Hopefully they're wows, not ha-has. Don't forget to give a like at the top too, and feel free to comment. I don't want to thank you for the hearts. I don't want to say that my grandfather didn't have a lot to remember him by. Like a like at the top as well, but thank you for the hearts. We got 5 of you here. 3, 5, 35. Just kidding. 53. No, it's good. But and I remember that they always seemed dressed up. Like they always were wearing clothes like this. Fancy sweaters. So thank you for the 4th light. But I think that's just an old person thing, right? I think. More creations up there. Non-monetized video. Thank you for all the hearts. The memories that I have, man, I feel like Arlene with a little. Jeepa's hair is shorter, something more, well, mom, something. And his hair looks like I would think it would. In fact, his forehead looks bigger than ever. Sorry. But, oh shit, sorry. But maybe I should. Yeah, but I don't know what songs I play. I don't particularly know a lot of Scottish songs, and I just don't know what songs I play. Thank you for all the hearts, though. I really, really appreciate the love. And if you're putting comments, I'm not seeing them, but hopefully you are. Hopefully I will. I think it said 4th like there. That went away. If you accidentally took it away, please put it back. That sometimes happens. I've seen it happen a few times lately. If you didn't actually accidentally took it away, you meant to, please tell me why. So I can clarify what happened there. May have been a misunderstanding, or so that I can, yeah. So, it's really a mixture of emojis. Maybe some people don't know that one or 2 of those emojis is a little bit vague and misunderstanding. So, I'm not going to be super specific here, but I am going to say a little bit. I don't want to give the dog the wrong impression. Now, he did just stand up, but he's laying over here. Thank you for putting it back. He's laying, this is close to the front door, okay, that I'm at right now. So he's probably thinking, are we going somewhere? And if I start to get bundled up, he definitely think I am. I'm a little bit chilly right now, but I'd probably get warm pretty quickly. But I wanted to kind of do a little scene, maybe about the winter, maybe about moving here, maybe about waiting for the bus, metaphorically. And I know it's going to look weird because I'm sitting in a house or whatever, but the title is highlighted. It's a highlighted comment. Anybody who knows that I'm into the arts knows I'm into the arts. And, otherwise it's like, so what? You are being really good, though. You're standing here, you're being quiet. But I can't guarantee it's quiet outside. Maybe just want to do this scene because I don't really want to put you upstairs. Oh, sorry. Oh, actually, come back in. Sorry. My goodness, I can't believe how much snow they've got there. He really is being good, but I can tell he wants to chime in a little bit and be noisy. I'm going to look at the other device, see if there's any comments I'm missing. And if they show, they show. If they don't, they don't. I'll be right back. But I forgot that next door there's a bit of a thing going on right now that keep me barking at people. I'm kind of surprised it's not done yet. That's only 10 o'clock. It's only 10 o'clock, folks. So keep helping me pass the day. We'll probably at least make it till 11 or 12. But then I still got the rest of it. How about? The screen went off, but still playing. But I've also said that something like this. It sounds like the Angel family. Because at least at the beginning of this, she introduced me to them and she's family. She is their other granddaughter. Bear with me a moment, please. Two, one over here. Quick, get your jacket. Quick, get your stuff in. Okay, so sometimes I do. I feel the weirdness along with you, but you know, it's what a performer does. They perform. They be a little weird sometimes, and in the capacity of which they have available to them. So, oh yes, I want to remember to ask him about this. And to say, look for small ones. Or when it's a face of street. Loved ones die and pass away. We will see them again someday. We may also, that might be the thing, because I know I always think I wrote that there, and then we were printing and creating and different events. So loved ones may pass away. For some of us, that might mean that many of them already have, or that we didn't have a lot local, or that chapstick if you're curious, chapstick if you're not, or that now we have to figure out how to navigate to things, and maybe life is putting in our path people that we are going to get to know locally, or get to know again, who mutually are interested in helping or going to certain things, to help us get there when we can't by foot or bike. and how thankful we should be for those people and how blessed they are that they can help. So I hope that I don't have any loved ones passing away anytime soon. Basically the one that I sometimes get rides from, because that's the ones that I have. It'd be funny if he called and said, "You're in a performance piece now." He's like, "Yeah, I met all kinds of people. Well, that's a little weird. So never mind." But I am watching for the call. I can just ignore it. I can just ignore it if I get the call because I'm busy. I am getting a bit warm. I am. Imagine, if you will, a bus stop. Bus stop at Daisy's, there I say. Bus stop, bus goes, she's there I go. We sat waiting at the stop, and she would stop, and she would show me what she bought. All the people look at the river and say, someday my name and hers are going to be the same. I wouldn't actually do that at a bus stop, just so you know. We're doing a little bit of a theater scene, so if you'd like to contribute any ideas, feel free. So we're at a bus stop, and I'm thinking, I'm not happy to have to do this in the winter. And I'm thinking, hypothetically, because people will die in our lives, I'm thinking of the loved one who I have that often gets me to events, or who gets me to things. I don't go to a lot of things, but when I do, she gets me to things. Sometimes she gets to me. And my life is about to start getting a bit more active again, perhaps. And I will, hopefully be able to get to those things. Eventually winter will go away and we'll be able to have a bike a bit more, or whatever it is, or a ride or whatever. One of those two things, really. I don't want to see because it's kind of taking some directions that I'm a little iffy about. But she gets busy. She needs rest and time to herself as well. And knowing her like I know her, sometimes she's great. Other times she's a little bit cut and dry. She's a little bit hard to be around. And I have that stacked on top of Dad's work cup, which I really should get repressed. Hey, Harry Ferrier, 519-776-605. That's the number I remember. That could have been accurate at the time. I don't remember what it was. No, that was accurate. Yeah, there's etching. But I think I have another one kicking around somewhere. If I don't, I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't like to sing at a bus stop, but hey, I've got talent. Why not? I don't know if you can hear the music upstairs, but I can't. No, you can't because nobody's here right now. But this is doing something for me, I think. So yeah. Here we go. Health, accessibility, the biggest things. The biggest barriers. That might just be a little too hard to get past. Especially on a frequent basis. If I was to be in something, I'd have to go to a lot of therapists. Even if that was the hardest part. And I might not always be able to get it right. And they might let you miss one or two, but what if it was more than that? You heal, you can do God's work, you can be a good person. We have 6 of you here suddenly, and I welcome you all here. With your kind words, your wisdom, and your empathetic ear, your creative headspace, hopefully, as we talk about some things that can help us when we're grieving, that can help us when we're needing it, other than a great YT community. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, you're all that. Or at least it looks like you did, but whatever. What else, y'all? Got 4 of you here now? Welcome, welcome. You will stay where the angels play, the harp and the sing the day away. I'm making this up on the spot. You came to me in my thoughts, and we wonder why some get and some don't. And we wonder if we will or we won't. Making it up on the spot, so pardon the pause. But yeah, but we must all find our way to brighten other people's days. Music, check. Socializing, let's do it. Places, I don't know what I meant by that when I wrote this at the group workshop as things, coping strategies. There are places I remember all my life, though some have changed, some for better, some forever, some have gone, and some remain. Yeah, I know I often stop and think about them, the people and things that went before. I may have accidentally messed up the lyric, but in my life, I love them all. Cooking? I don't know if I'm ready to eat again yet. I didn't eat a lot this morning, but I didn't eat a little. Is there a breakfast place around this city? Because remember, I'm still at a bus stop. I almost forgot because I'm not actually at a bus stop. I'm acting, you see. But yeah, where have we gotten this energy from at 10:30 in the morning? It's finally almost 10:30. Woohoo! Actually, 10:23. But who's counting? Me. When is it going to be the end of this day? When is the greatness of the 18th and the 19th going to come? Because I thank her for introducing me to that place where I've started to get to know some people, where I have been able to and am able to access a hamper that greatly helps me out during these expensive times. That makes it like, ooh, what am I gonna get this time? You know, what kind of goodies am I gonna be able to nourish or treat myself with? Writing, whether it's on paper, whether it's on screen in one way or another, whether it's in some sort of art and design work, it's what we shall do. I get so cold because I live in a windy, snowy city. But then I get warm because I have anemia and it's a pity. It makes me sensitive and also the Asperger's. Is there anywhere around that I can get a burger? Sorry. McDonald's. McDonald's. Not a place I go to very much anymore, but a place most of us are familiar with. I have an appointment with Rose, but first I'm gonna get something at McDonald's. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I'm loving it. So how's your week going? It's okay. I went to the group. We did this. We did that. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah. And how's your mom? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's good. And you know, any issues with your rent or anything like that? No. No. Okay. So things are going good where you're living now. Then. Yeah. Yeah. I think. You know, I had to move out of my mother's place at some point, you know? I mean, I did early. I mean, I was like 25. I mean, some people move out sooner. She moved out at 18. You weren't that strict about your grandparents. You were loving. But you were also Scottish. I know. But anyway, not trying to be racist. Or Scottish. Well, I am Scottish. But anyway. So, yeah, I'm remembering my meetings that I had with Rose. How she... because, yeah, you know, I didn't want to go on the other side. He did. I felt more sweet. But so, you know, but eventually, you know, and yeah, and I really should get that laundry in. I mean, since I'm not an actual bus stop, I could take a little bit of a break and go down and do laundry. I could. Get it started, yo. So here's your laundry budget, here's your this budget, here's your this budget. Just enough to get by. At times, I unfortunately worked at a call center. Although, at times it wasn't bad, to be quite honest. Man, I remember myself for Arlene. But, you know, maybe one day I'll have a show in the festival. Maybe I'll surprise myself because she had some difficulties too. Maybe ones that were a little bit less. I don't know. It's my OBA that I'm thinking, overactive bladder, that I'm thinking mostly. But I don't know. I mean, she didn't drive. Maybe I should let her be an inspiration. She's been in it more than once. But part of me thinks like impaired or maybe had a bit more help. But she had a crew. I don't know. She worked at that other place where she started out as a client. I should be able to do something like that. But anytime I ever tried, we have lots of casual staff. You know, we're not hiring right now. Or, yeah, that was mostly what I heard. Or maybe I want to be a casual staff. Oh, well, we have plenty right now. You know, dear, I would bring you in tomorrow and start you if I could, but it's not just up to me. Yeah, I wish you hadn't said that, because you can't. I know, dear. But it is what it is, isn't it? I think I tried a couple times. If I tried a third time, I don't remember much. I could have cried a lot of times. Because it was an environment that I had been so used to going to, that I had gotten to know people in. But then some of them, it's a different mix of people now, I would say. And we have more of a routine. Gee, since the last time I was there, and in 2019, I think, even though it's not been often lately, thankfully, has a health condition that someone needs to be around just in case it was, and you get older and you lose more people and this and that, and you cherish that together time more. So, I mean, even though during the day, he's not here anyway, yeah, and I couldn't just go and not stay the nights. So, wow, 3.5 hours in. Wow. It's been really quiet, 3.5 hours, but I'm obviously getting something from it, and there's been a bit of activity, and it is what it is. And maybe I'll spread the word and say, hey, you want to watch a movie? It has part 1 and a part 2 all in one, This is where you can find it, and yeah. But anyway, so, and on the lines, maybe I couldn't have handled that. Maybe I couldn't have handled so many people calling, potentially wanting to do something to themselves, or going on about stresses that I may or may not have related to, or trying to help, but maybe going away more often with feelings that I don't know if I did, or having them call often and not sound like they've heard any of my advice that I've given them. That would be hard for me. So when I look at Arlene for a moment, and I look at, I don't know all of her story. I think what I recall is that her dad passed away just before her graduation, high school. Her mother was struggling with mental illness and wasn't always the best mother. I relate to this a little bit, although mine passed away a little earlier than that. I'm almost wondering, although I can't not think of the moose, I'm almost wondering about inviting my friend Michelle into this, because she saw that kind of mini biography performance. Yeah, she'd been in it once with her partner, and I think they went together more, and then she's been in it once or twice more. I don't know, maybe they have certain slots for return, special draws for return ones, and there's only so many in there, and I don't know. Some people just have different levels of luck, right? But I mean, I'm thankful for her. When I think of this person that I know, I mostly like her. And I think about the fact that, yeah, she had a bit of a hard life. But she was allowed in her life. And I have been. This is an example, I guess. There's a few others every now and then. Maybe not as consistently, consistently as some people get it, but yeah. So it's not so much a comparing thing as it is looking at what we can get from the knowledge that we have, and so I think about how, yeah, she ended up being a client for I don't know how long at this particular place, and then ended up getting a job there. It could have just been timing. It could have been a little bit that I think it was a bit more obvious that she had struggles differently than I have, or in different ways than I have. Maybe she had a bit of a closer, friendly relation with the manager at the time. And maybe he thought, yeah, it's not that I didn't know of him, but yeah. So, and then, yeah, she got to be in the festival 2 or 3 times, and who knows if she's going to be in it this year. Maybe even 4 or 5 times. Once was during the pandemic. I could show a little bit of it, actually. But I I don't remember what was all said. I kind of can guess what the themes were. I don't really want to necessarily bring that into this. But it definitely was interesting last year. I think it was last year, learning a bit more about her life and introducing her in a way to G and a friend of mine. She wasn't really, well, most of them aren't on the stage before the performance. And afterwards, she went off stage, she came back, thank you, this and that, and then went back off. And like, she's friendly. I would say she maybe has some social anxiety, and like I say, autism spectrum. But and I'm actually just hearing, I don't remember if we found out that both of her parents passed away, but I do sense it's actually the mother that's saying, thank you for all the kind things that you are saying or trying to say about my daughter. From heaven, she's saying this. I've never met her parents. And, I guess if I see her this year, if I remember any of this stuff, I could relay to her. Just starting some laundry. Then we'll go back upstairs. But yeah. And just to say something to the effect of keeping it simple, unless more comes in the moment. Obviously she must be proud of her accomplishments. Maybe she doesn't feel like she deserves them. I could understand her maybe feeling that, or I could see her thinking it. But when you go through adversities and then you kind of get to experience the things that some people would say the neurotypical society gets to, or just that so much of the world gets to. Not that we should all necessarily want to experience everything everybody else experiences, right? But it's kind of like, it's deserved. It's deserved. And you know what? She probably had it rougher, because I'm just thinking about her, and I'm thinking about how I know her to be. And I'm thinking about that she probably dealt with bullying, like, for instance, more in school. And she probably, maybe her mother was even more toxic, because that's possible. I was in the middle of grade school when Dad passed away. I couldn't imagine just about to have a graduation and not having my parents there, and perhaps not being old enough or at a spot yet where, if she ever did get there, and I think she's at least open, whether she strongly believes or not is a different matter, but I think she's at least open to the possibility, where you're like, I just don't feel like he's there. I came more into that belief when I was about 25. So before then, did I feel like, I hadn't lost as many until after that. But Dad was one that I did. I, from a young age, was brought up to believe in heaven. I was given a kid's book when I was young. I don't remember what it was called, but it was something about heaven. And, like I say, spirit animal reincarnation. That was actually how my mother told me. Somewhat surprised to realize that, but true. Because I know I believe in this stuff more strongly than she does, because I have more experiences, I'm pretty sure. But and basically, but I'm sure that for like 2 or 3 years, at least one, probably more, I'm sure that I kind of thought, it's not real. He'll be back. Where did he go? In some ways, I adjusted really quickly to just being the two of us. But I guess I did eventually get the understanding that I knew that there was nothing I could do to reverse it. And I was always brought up to realize that he worked hard. He technically did have 2 sons. He had a wife, he had himself to support. But I'm sure he put us before him. Not that he went without, but, and some people will say, like, I think, Harry, you know, just being tired. Just being tired sometimes. And sometimes that can be fatal. Color green, you're gonna fly for every breath you take. You're gonna fly. I know that that's okay. Sometimes life ain't it, but if you hang in there, you're gonna be someone's everything. You just have to believe. Work out like they should. Sometimes life ain't it, but if you hang in there, you're gonna see. Yeah, anyway, so something like that. After what I was just mentioning, you know, I'm feeling sort of in that realm. If anybody believes in the afterlife and would like to express that you do, I wouldn't mind talking about it. I'm probably going to anyway for a few minutes at least. I kind of sort of have been. I thought it's getting a bit sore though, so. But I'm going to try for another hour or two, I think. So, yeah, if there's anything you'd like me to do a little bit of a scene work on, let me know. If there's any song you might like me to do, if there's a topic you'd like to talk about, and as long as your comments show up, I'll adjust them. In the meantime, continuing where my head was at, I'm at a writing class. We have a lovely teacher, and it wasn't necessarily different from other school projects that I've done growing up, but it felt different as an adult. She would have us all read our assignments out, like a open mic for writers. And one that always stood out for me was to be from the heart. And what I can remember most, it might even be in, I saw this over here the other day. I don't think it is. Hey. Okay, that's nice. Hi. Sorry about that. I don't think it's in here, and I feel like I looked in this recently, but let me just take a quick gander. And some of this stuff may actually be a blast from the past anyway. But what I do recall is both of us making a big move from Ontario to where we are now. So many changes, so many things to look forward to. I may even try out for Canadian Idol. My brother has been famous band in Australia. I don't know if at that time he was a producer or not. So yeah, he must be proud, and I love my dad. We jammed, we rocked out, we played seniors' homes, we played the Children's Hospital. I might see him again soon. I'm just looking through some old writing things that I've done, thinking I might like to mention some of them here. I think this is jokes. This is a song. I'll take a look at that in a moment. Yeah, feel free to chime in to the chat. This is definitely looks like it's something from that class. Do you have a favorite teacher that always stood out? I'm just pulling a few random things out here that look like they might be interesting, might be easy to read out. I don't know why I have a thing from California in here, since I've never lived there. Not that I'm anti-California, but I don't know. It looks like it was for submitting something to something, and I don't think I ever did that. Although I did send something to Ellen once, back in the day. Okay, I've got what I'm going to take out of this. We'll take a gander, see what we got, but I actually think I am going to do this from the living room. I think we're past the bus stop scene in my creative showcasing. Thankfully, usually, well, not all of these days, but hopefully there'll be something to lean at because my back gets easily sore sometimes, unfortunately. I'm leaving the music playing up there, but yeah, that's okay because it can come into it sometimes. I mean, yes, it's utilizing the device a lot more and the power of it, but at least it's keeping it active. Okay, so let's see what we got. I sort of feel like I need more coffee. Whoops, sorry about that. Ah, okay. A Tylenol thing fell. A few fell into the lid. A couple fell onto the floor. Luckily, not a bad spill. Who do we got watching? If you're commenting, I'm not seeing your comments, but hopefully you are commenting. I'm not really ready for anything else to eat yet, and I think I kind of did put my coffee away because I had lunch. So, hello, Carlos again. I mean, you're chilling. You're just hanging out here? Is that what you mean? Okay, cool. Have you been back long? What time? I think, yeah, you said it's very early there. Are you doing much today, or are you just hanging out on YouTube? I'm not judging either way, but I'm just wondering. And funny, because I actually have somebody that follows on the channel named Chillin', and I'm like, no, I don't think you are. Oh, hello. Came through with a little symbol and that, but good to have you here. So let me catch you up to speed. You can see the highlighted comment that I put. I don't think you're, I think you're just saying like you're hanging out. I don't think you're saying that you're that. How are you? How's your day going? Only took you 4 hours to get here. No, just got back. I just had breakfast. Might sleep again. Super tired lately. Are you dealing with any health issues by any chance? Do you have, I know it's the name chronic in your name. Do you have chronic fatigue syndrome by any chance? How old are you, by the way? Just wondering. I feel like you're younger, but I don't know. Sometimes we think of our own, like people being like, even those of us who like, get along with people of various ages and, various types of people, sometimes sometimes we'll think, oh, somebody is our gender or our age first. But I did just see that you're close to my age, in our 30s. I did just see that. And I see that you say that you have high iron, and that too, probably. What too? So anemia, perhaps. Yeah, Although, isn't that low iron? Soft guitar, bassy drums, and piano left to right twice each side. What are you saying by that? I understand the words. I don't quite get what you're trying to say, though. I actually heard of a couple people, not to, and I wish I could remember more about the story. I don't watch the news very often, but I actually heard of a couple people that donated plasma recently and died. Like, I don't know if they just donated too much or if there was a sanitation issue at the place or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's funny. We were just talking about test apples the other day. Yeah, that. I mean, maybe you do. Yeah, it sounds like we relate. I'm surprised I don't hear from you more often, actually, because correct me if I'm wrong, but are you unemployed? I want you to know that you have value. I want you to know that you do still have things that you can do, probably more than you realize. But that, yes, it is hard. And totally understandable to not be feeling that sometimes. Mackenzie, what do you say? It says there's only one person here now, but you just got here. I don't think you've left. And now it says there's two. What are you saying by my song creation? How about we create the next vignette scene together? Carlos, I'm curious what else you've seen within this that maybe you just haven't said anything about. I'm curious. But yeah, I could play soft guitar, bassy drums, piano left to right twice each side. Next time I go upstairs, I'll probably stop that music and maybe even let the dog out. Like it's, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit better. But you are musical, right? And maybe you have listened to a lot of loud music in your life. Do you have tinnitus as well? Like, actually, that sounds like I'm hearing drifting. I get your drift. You just in and out, like whoosh, whoosh. I've had that. I'm slow brain right now. Okay, well, I'll try and be slower then. I mean, I'm feeling a little bit better than when I first woke up, although in some ways I was feeling great, And part of me, if I'm going to sleep again before our usual nap time, I'd rather get it earlier in the day. Otherwise, there's even less chance that I'm going to manage later too. But so I'm tempted. I think if I tire myself out, I mean, it wouldn't be intentional if I ended up doing a sleep stream. But if I really truly get to that point, I might actually try to. Like, it's kind of cloudy out. I don't usually sleep during the day. Which part? Oh, tinnitus. You didn't know that might be what you have? Either that or it's gradual hearing loss. I'm usually a pretty loud talker, but every now and then I kind of go into my head a little bit and mumble, or I have less energy to be louder. But I'll try and keep that in mind. Let me wet my whistle. That's an old phrase. Mackenzie, are you there? You said something about song creation. What do you mean? You want to write one together or what? Yeah, I think in that class we had to do a review. So this seems to be a review about a restaurant or food. And some of it is highlighted. But I don't know if that's something I feel like I'd want to read out or not. So I won't. That's the choice I go with. No, but I am. I'm tired. And I don't want to get my throat so sore. or my well, I shouldn't have a headache. I've taken one, if not two, of those things. But yeah, it would be nice to sleep some of the day away to get closer to the days that I had plans on. I think the phone is, or the other phone is over there. I think it is. Let me just go check. I'll let you catch up to anything that I said that you might want to talk about. And yeah, that music is on, but I'm sure the dog probably knows I'm home and just didn't want to be distracted. He would be mostly okay. I was thinking about it just a day or two ago, actually. So, I need a pulling thread. For a note to follow, so tea, a drink with jam and bread. I'm really, and maybe his phone died because he was out all day with it. Because Mackenzie just got here, and actually, he usually stays for like 2.5 hours. Sometimes he'll go for like 15 minutes and come back, but he's terrific. In fact, I can always undo. Well, I want to talk with you about a couple of things, Mackenzie, if you're there. So please let me know. So, yeah. So maybe some coffee will help as well. Carlos. Speaking of music, what song is it? I almost remember the book this came from. Yeah, I think his phone must have died or something came up in his family in his home. Because, yeah, very unusual that he's being so quiet. And also, oh, sorry. I'm confused. This may have also been confusing to you. Maybe he was saying the song he thought he was hearing in the background. The part where about the instruments, I thought that was you saying that, Carlos, but apparently it wasn't. But it does sound like you have a bit of an ear condition. I don't know if Mackenzie is saying that he posted a song. I remember him saying that he was musical, but I'm certainly curious to check that out in a moment. So we've got 4 of you here. And yeah. What do you mean by that? And hello? Mackenzie, are you there? Well, that was a cluster of hearts, and then a smiley, and then 2 or 3 individual hearts. How so? About what? I think we should be trying to bring love and peace, but I'm curious what you are saying. Can you elaborate, please? I just don't want to give anybody, I just, I'm looking at some old writings that I did. Why would you come in, tell me that, and then not be so vague and it's like, okay, gotta go? I mean, I understand that we're going to have disagreements with people sometimes, or we're going to feel strongly about something and this and that. Okay, thank you. I am kind of wondering if you're under 18 or not. Yeah, I know what you meant. But anyway, so one of our commenters who's quite a regular and likes to spend a lot of time here usually and have lovely conversation, put a comment that got me very curious and hasn't said a lot other than that, which also has me curious. But I'm thinking of going upstairs quickly and seeing if maybe he now has channel content. So at the moment, I don't feel like I can process all this writing on this stuff. But these are in type, so that might be a bit easier. Because I used to do creative writing. This looked like I was like writing a hot date that somebody was having. Or I was envisioning my future with a wife and kids. I would have been in my late teens, early 20s when one would do that. And I mean, yeah, maybe, I think both genders do it. Maybe women do it more, but I've always had a bit of feminine side as well, somewhere, in the background. And apparently maybe also was writing about experiences that since Dad passed when we were both young, I didn't really, bonding or conversation. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to read that. I don't know. The fact that I found it again is giving me feeling of like reflection about maybe doing so, but I don't know what to make of that commenter. I mean, it's nice that they said, hopefully have a great day. God bless you. They've been in a couple of the chats, 2 or 3 of them, never for very long. Doesn't usually say that much. But in Mama King, which makes me think that they are of age to be a mama or a king. Kima making, it could be that too, actually. I don't know. I'm just not too sure what to feel about it. So, about this person. So, and I think they already left. But she did say school, but that could be college or university. I mean, I was just thinking about my college days. And if you hear this, you're fine. Kenzie, of course, too. Arts. Appreciate it lots. Okay, so let's go check out some things upstairs and maybe hear some tunes. And then the time is flowing. This is almost as long as the other one was the other day, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like a couple hours. It's a little more than that. Anyway, but I wouldn't mind trying to do one more kind of creative scene work, maybe with a bit more of a scene. Although that bus scene was kind of interesting. The one in the basement wasn't really one. I understand it was a different atmosphere than I'm usually doing these in, but it wasn't really one. But Arlene's mother actually says that she just wants to, you know, make sure that I'm feeling some of the support that she wasn't able to give a lot of people in her life, including her daughter. But just kind of, you know, wanted to pop in and remind me that I'm on the right path, even if it doesn't feel like it sometimes, that I seem to be a good person and that she wishes me very well. That's actually how she worded it. So thank you. Anyway, so let's see what else we got. Ooh. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm somewhat tired, somewhat not. Yeah, it's not very sunny out, but it's not like really, really cloudy or in the daytime. Uh, so anyway, pardon me for a moment. I just have to. This really won't take very long to do what I want to do up there. I'm going to stop that music that's playing because I'm really up there listening to it anyway. Every now and then, when I kind of go past the stairs, I'm hearing it, but you know, I'm not really otherwise. And it's kind of been in the background of some of these scenes, but I don't think it really needs to be now. Well, you know, some things, you know, that for a little while. That's good. Today is a different day. But I'm very, very curious to put a piece to a name and to see if Mackenzie has posted. Where death is weighed and judgment set by laws that bind forevermore. She does not find. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if when they posted, he said something about song creation, and then was mentioning instruments, if he was trying to tell me that he was working on a song and possibly posted it. So let me just see. And I'm pretty sure I checked out Carlos's channel, but at the moment I don't recall what was on it. Okay, I'm not gonna look too closely at that. This wrestling is kind of amusing. And then Mackenzie. Nope. Not yet, but hopefully eventually. One of those morning, 5 a.m. as I woke up, around approximately. That's what that part of the title is. That's kind of open twice, it looks like. Yeah, I do and don't want any covered right now. I don't know if I'm feeling all that social anymore. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of socializing in this, but there has been some. And I have kept the momentum going, and I have been a bit creative, and we got 3 of you here now, though, so I feel like I should continue to do those things. Let me see if there's something I can play around briefly in the other room, and then one of our songs, and then I'm not sure. You know, I feel like for me, well, like I say, we'll see who I meet this week at these events I'm going to, and maybe that will be, sometimes it takes going to a few things of the sort, and, like the speaker is going to be part of the one thing, and then I don't know how they're exactly doing the other thing, but we'll see who I meet and who might be able to kind of collaborate with me. But other than that, I mean, at this point, I kind of feel like I have to accept that, maybe for not much longer, but, and like I say, we'll see who I meet. But I have to accept that, it's not going to look like a polished show. I mean, even if I spent a bit more time creating it first, I mean, like I think the one-person shows that I've seen at this festival, I mean, they have a lighting crew, they have a sound crew, even if they're operating all the props themselves, Well, that's nice, although hopefully he won't mind you moving his stuff and touching his stuff. So you're a little bit OCD? What were you talking about music? I came to the other device here for a moment. I still don't have my own laptop, so not very likely going to be able to see potatoes. And if I don't get my money, then I won't be able to fix the computer this week. But, always let me know if potatoes here. But, yeah. It's saying reconnect. Yeah, I know what stuff to move as I'm the same age. I kind of get that. I kind of don't. Of course, I remember you. You didn't post your video that I noticed, so hopefully you do that soon. Don't forget to like. I appreciate it. And yeah, I can see that your name, so I know it's you for that reason too. Whoops. So people may have really wondered what was going on. I had a typo. So you thought that, okay, you're going to do a dance video or something, eh? Just don't, nothing about me, but I'm happy to look at it. Yeah, I wondered where you were because you came in and then didn't say much and left. And I was a little bit surprised, but so I created a beat for you. Where do I find this? If it's too beaty, you might not like it, but thank you. I accidentally had the wrong one pinned. I had one initially that I thought I did, and then when I put the other one, I guess I accidentally pinned it. So I just changed that. So that's what this actually has been. And I am pretty sure that's inaccurate. It's only 48 minutes, but it does that sometimes. And I bet you it's still going to say almost 5 hours now. Yep. No, you're at college, university. That's what I've come to understand. So that's fine. But yeah,
No, you're at college, university.
a lot of people don't like the taste of beer anyway, and so you might not. But exactly, yep, it's all good. All good in the hood. But what do I say anyway? But yeah, so anyway, so what do you think of the highlighted comment that's there now? Yeah, like I said, I hadn't realized that it was in that other one.
Like I said, I hadn't realized it in that other one.
Okay, no time for a long time. But okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not telling you have to. I don't really like to drink alcohol anyway very much. But anyway, so do you see the other highlighted comment there now? What are your thoughts about it? I know some of it was more like, well, you might know what the abbreviations mean, but some of it was more kind of notes for self. Yeah, I said approximately 5 hours in the day of a life. Day in the life. Making it more enjoyable stuff and each other. Yeah, so actually I probably have another half hour I'll probably go for. I don't know what but yeah. Hello, how are you? Sometimes you seem to only come in and say hi and one other thing, and then you're kind of not in here very much. So maybe you could be a bit more chatty. It would be nice to get to know you and some of your feelings. That's one of those days, mornings, where I just felt social and creative almost instantly. Almost. And usually I'm slow in the morning. So if you have a scene you'd like me to create on the topic of afterlife, on the topic of healing, on the topic of mental health, around a song, particular song that might be popular that I might know. Yeah, thank you. You love your content. Content, I tell you. Anyway, thank you for the 6th like. Then, yeah, folks, please feel free to suggest, and I'll see what I can create, maybe to make the grand finale. I wish that some of you could actually be here to actually be in it with me or help me with it, but you're here as you're able to be, and that's fine. Okay, we don't ascertain debit. Sorry. Bit of a connection issue, perhaps? No, that's you. That's you and my dad and G and some other loved ones in heaven, probably. And the occasional other one I've met through my life. But yeah, so I don't know if that can be. Yeah, so anyway, on the themes that I just gave, if you could pick one, maybe give a few ideas or songs connected to it, I would do a little bit of acting. And then I would probably relax and have brunch. And I do kind of want to call G, but it's still kind of early there. I'd rather you change it to yours. Thanks for asking, but that's kind of an odd question, to be honest. But I'm very thankful that you at least asked. Can't you understand that I'm probably really curious to know what you look like? By the way, I know what I said. I guessed when you said you look like a Muppet, but what did you mean when you said that? I like what my hair is doing right now, just so you know. Just a little side comment. What did you mean? Like, realistically, like, how do you feel like you look like a Muppet? And has anybody else ever told you that too? What is NEJ? I know it starts with something that sounds a little bit familiar. I think maybe. Got 4 of you here. No, in Swedish. Oh, you speak Swedish? I didn't know that. That's pretty sweet. Thank the Lord that guy wasn't back. Patrol. Anyway, I've given some themes. If you don't remember all of them, what ones do you remember? And out of those, what would you pick? What songs would you put with them? Oh, cool. YMCA. It was a potluck. Mrs. Carlson brought the meatballs because she was Swedish. Or was it me that brought the meatballs and she brought something else that wasn't Swedish? No, just kidding. Anyway, sorry. That's what I think about when I think about Sweden and that Axel guy. But anyway, Paradise? Don't know it. First of all, let's pick the theme. Afterlife, connection, mental health, and some suggestions around what I could do with that in this. There was another one, but I can't remember what it was at the moment. So, healing, reaching goals. And I'll let you type up a few things to give me some ideas, and I'll see what I can create. Who knows? Maybe I'll surprise myself and actually make something drill. I don't know what that is, but I can imagine it's like marching, heavy. But, oh, that's what that Paradise is? Okay. But anyway, yeah, if we could stick on the question, that would be great. Thank you. I'll be right back. Just have to go to the other room, and then I might do the thing in this room. Because, I don't know, maybe there's something here. I know when I was looking at Ray recently, and you know, so they've already been here. Actually, has he posted the thing yet that he said he was going to post? It was in this room, and that was her and her family band doing a cover. So I don't know why it got. It's worse than rap. It's like I don't. Okay, well you don't like that stuff. You're cooler than that. You know, rap is okay, but I still remember. No, this is G's actually. I came because I only have the other. This is the only other device I have right now, and I wanted to look at a couple of things on here while I was doing this. No, I said that unless I get my check before Friday, it's probably going to be next week. But I should be getting it any time, and I should be watching for it too because it's so damp and snowy out right now. But yeah. And yeah, that one is. It's both, actually. I don't think you're being mean. You really can't tell if it's a hat or my hair. It's both. Anyway, his is a no-name brand that's very noisy a lot of the times. I'm not even actually all that comfortable sitting in front of it. But I love that stuff. But yeah, if you see Red Potato, please let them know. I'm not ignoring. I still don't have a laptop that works to see the thing. I love that stuff, man. Ever heard Welcome to Brixton? No, I don't. But anyway, but yeah, you know, no, don't have to be in a gang. Just don't do it. You're too cool. And that does not mean that you are cool to do that. And it's, yeah, it's not who I know you to be. So don't ever change, except for the better. And I'm happy to go alongside you in each other's journeys. I'll be back on the screen in just a moment. I just have to edit the title off. It'll be more than 5 hours. There was like 6 or 7 people there for a moment there. Hopefully they will still be there and want to talk. I don't know if you're quite understanding or processing my creative question though. Well, you're giving me music ideas, but like that could be stuff I know. See, that's the thing though, like you can do it for like a theater production, but you know, and sometimes online, but that's the thing about no, it's not a toupee. That so unknown, very interesting comment. I mean, generally. Where are you watching from? How'd you come across channel? Was it your first time? I think somebody took a like away. There was 6. And let's not say that it's really because I don't want to plant no seeds, but I understand you said it. And I'm glad you would have been sad if I left you. Feed you more? What, ramen? Hey, you know, certainly. No. But the plant is cool. Looks like it's about to say, oh. Now, I don't necessarily condone the title or maybe the theme. I don't know much about it. Somebody took a like away. There was 6 there. Could you please put it back or tell me why you did so? Well, from what I know of that plant, it's ironic because of Jordan. 2 of them, actually. I'm just here scrolling through the YouTube live. Yeah, I mean, you never know what you're going to land on, right? And I like the concept of it, but it's a little too varied sometimes for me. And I'm pretty varied, very varied, actually. But he's had some of these plants growing for 20 or 30 years. I didn't realize that. I guess I didn't intentionally put that so that it was in view, but you're mentioning it. Yeah, it would grow up. It would go through the ceiling if it could. Hello, Avron Durego. Have you been here before? That sounds familiar. I'll give you it back. Oh, thank you. Oh, now it says there's 7. Okay, cool. Joshua again. Hello, hello. Familiar names. Now, Joshua is another one. You don't sometimes stay and talk very long, but hopefully you're not shy. Hopefully you'll be here for a little while, and maybe you'll suddenly say more, because I do know that song that person is referring to. I wish Kelly was here singing it with me, or somebody, or Ray, or somebody. Nobody ever treated kindly. Daddy left early. Mama was poor. I remember that fondly. He snapped his fingers, and I would say, shut. Suddenly Seymour is standing beside me, doing a little pruning. Don't give me orders, don't condescend. Suddenly Seymour is there to provide me sweet understanding. Seymour's your friend. This is the show you were talking about, right? There you go, man. There I go. What? I do say loads. What do you mean? Oh, well then it must be that YT is not showing all of your comments. Because not that I've ever seen, like I think I've only seen you ever put about 2 or 3 comments per video. So it must be hiding some of them, in which case, sorry, I've never ignored them. But I am seeing, what do you mean? Okay. Very cool song. Beautiful singing. Yes, thank you. Is there an angel there? Oh, you know about certain things that are sometimes talked about, do you? Do you have one in mind that you've heard me talk about or that you'd like me to say something about? Indeed, beautiful singing. Thank you very much, guys. Hello, Damien. Hey. Yeah, Ray seems to be here, and Holly. And Joshua, you well, thank you. Yeah, you're an angel in the morning, baby. I was just to think it was just wash your feet before you leave. I don't know what the actual words are, but try to show the nation my appreciation. So we've gotten, ironically, taking me back to the end, letting me know that this is the thing that I'm doing right now. We've had Skid Row, we've had LSOH, Lassa, and any other musicals that you guys would like to hear? Our angels, and thank you for saying that I'm an angel. That you're an angel for saying it. So there. Joshua, do you post stuff on the Tube of You? Everybody said it's an angel. I thought that and then you said, well, you don't. But I do see you have a picture of you, although you're wearing a helmet, grabbing crotch. Into biking, right on. You should post stuff. It's a very nice orange sky behind you. And hello, Damien, how are you? And I don't know what you're referring to, Mackenzie. Yeah, your comment's confusing me a little. But I'm going to quickly check the mail and then maybe the name. Just kidding. And I'm going to check and see how the dog's doing. And I think I am ready to eat lunch. Brunch or bunch. It's 11 o'clock. Are you serious? Okay, maybe I misunderstood something in the comment. Are you serious? Oh. But that's not your name. No wonder you said Lowe's. Okay, well, it makes sense because you're like, which I shouldn't allude to. Should be our top secret, but I have hat hair and I look better with it on. But you're not going to come in here and just start bossing around either. So, like, go watch something else. Take care. So it's not a middle name. It's as long as you're being yourself and not trying to pretend to be someone else. Because you as you are great. You as you are is great. Unless they're like creative characters that you do different things. You don't have this social identity disorder, do you? MPD or whatever it's called. And yeah, and I haven't even rented that room yet. The MPD room, or what's it called? MPD. Gary was my dad. Jerry was his dad. Actually, I just realized how similar those are. I never really thought about it. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, I definitely think we should all be ourselves. We can allow it to be inspired, but otherwise, like if we're being creative, if we're doing different characters, like and Josh Wright might be here. That's right. Just kidding. But anyway, but yeah, on that. So I think his dad, Josh are here, and Dad's dad is saying that my friend Josh is actually pretty cool, and he knows that I am. He says he doesn't say much, or I don't pick up on much that he says, but he is around often with Dad or my grandmother, and he's more of a quiet observer, he says. But he says, I fully accept you and Josh and, the friends that you choose to make and the person, who you live with. And as I said to you the first time I met you, I respect you like your father would, because I know how much you matter to him. My grandfather that I never met other than in this way. Who said? Yeah, I think that's what you mean. You're asking who I'm channeling. I think that's what you're asking. But, and yeah, you know, please take cool. Please don't become too complicated and complex because I won't be able to handle it. Or confusing. But okay, that's good to know. I'll try and remember. Would have been nice if you'd let me know that sooner, but I guess you were mostly communicating with this one, so I guess you felt like, but I guess since you were on that one, yeah. Study, relax, meditate. Anyway. What? What? Anyway, yeah. So, are we gonna do a little scene work or what? Or your fault? I didn't say anything was your fault. What are you talking about? But yes, you're right. I was kidding. Going to a photography job, living my dream. Is this what happened before death? I just have a snowy, gloomy day at home, live streaming, imagining all the things I wanted to do in life, but didn't get to do all that often or at all. Is that what this is? I'll have to get back to you on that. Okay, I want to check the mail. Can I check the mail, please? Oh, and I should put the laundry in the dryer. 7, well, 2 of them came from you, and thank you. But I mean, I'm this far in, so admitting that's okay. You see 8. Why you seeing like that I'm not seeing? What's up, buddy? YT sometimes, but I love it. I love it, and it's both kept me sane and made me a little insane at times. And it helps me get through the day. That's for sure. I was at the bottom of a pile of my hoodie, but it actually wasn't that hard to get. So now it's all good in the house. No, you can't check the mail. Well, I did say I was by, right? So maybe I'll just check the female. Anyway, sorry. I'm sorry. Czechoslovakia. No hate to any of it, yo. You know that. I'm just making sure the other people know that since I'm saying it, yo. I'll be right back. E-I-E-I-Hey. What children's song features a rapper in it? A rapper from the hood. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I. Yo. It might be too early. Most of it's digital anyway. My goodness, if it ever grows out there. It is a word that makes sense for such things. Natalie was right. It is snow pellets. Like, not the size of golf balls, but, oh, my hat. But, if you've ever had those things, I forget what they're called. Snoop Dogg, the actual farm dog. Interesting. Yeah. Well, he was always laying on that barn, right? I mean, shed. Ooh, bacon. Sorry. I was going to have that with my wrap. Ooh, it's fatty. And almost burnt. Anyway, what was I saying? How was I saying it? Really weird comment. Try and be less weird next time you pop into somebody's stream with the first comment or in general. You know, yo. With a yo-yo. I'm gonna have to make more bacon. Oh, it's so bad over there. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I'm so confused. What, to that comment that the other person said? Yeah, and about 5 or 6 things that you've said, that I've said, that we've said. So I had to put yeah, it's probably too early, but yeah, snow pellets. I wish I could find something that describes the size of them. I guess I could show you what the top of the deck looks like right now, because you can kind of see them there. I'm surprised the dog has not tried to come downstairs. Got 5 over here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's kind of like speckled. And actually, you can kind of see them falling. Kind of looks interesting. Just hitting the ground. But it certainly isn't lovely weather. Certainly isn't springtime yet. Thank you for the 7th like. Is that just... No, that was there already, right? Yeah, actually there's 8, but I don't know why I'm seeing 7, but I like the number. Anyway, I got to go put laundry in the dryer. And then I think I'm going to make lunch. And this is at 41%. So I could go for another 15 minutes. We're probably at the right mark. I could go for another 15 minutes and then wrap up. I could, but will I? I don't know. I don't know. Ready to rock. I'm in a hurry to get things done. I wanna rush and rush 'cause life's more fun. All I really gotta do is live and die, but I'm in a hurry and I know why. Oh, why? I'm chasing hands with the clock. Yeah, I've got plenty of time. But life can be short sometimes. Some people do die young. They don't necessarily, they may have a great life, but they don't necessarily get to live all their dreams. So thank you for that song playing on the radio. I'm curious if Ray has it, or any of my loved ones. How would I even go about finding that out, even with an ability? What things my loved ones never got to fulfill in their life, but may want to? Do any of you know of anything that your loved ones wanted to do, but passed away before they got the opportunity to? I mean, I know I have this list here, and that was very sweet, Ray. That was very sweet. She says, as you know, I had a pretty good life. I just would have wished that it had been a bit longer. Maybe I could have done some more traveling. Dog wanted to talk, quite possibly. But she says, you know what would make me happy? And I'm sure a lot of the other angels, no pressure. You wrote this a while ago because you wondered, you wanted something to be in place in case you passed away. Things sometimes that maybe you thought you wouldn't ever get to accomplish. But let's look at it. Smile, laugh, sing. Check, check, check. Always want to be doing that. Sometimes you don't feel like it, but always want to be doing that. Donating some clothes to a homeless organization. Also to that agency. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of clothes, but I either want to keep them or they're kind of old. I don't know. I'm playing. RuPaul's Drag Race? Just kidding. No, I'm not. But yeah. No, I'm not. So either you're confusing me for someone else, you were someone else earlier, and you're still being just as annoying. So it might be time to wrap up soon. But yeah, I mean, as long as I don't drive like that in real life. And I mean, I don't know. It's better than, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad game. I used to like those kind of games. I am getting tired, but let me finish looking through this list. And I really should I'll put it in soon. But this is, I mean, other than the fact that I've done this might make me feel especially like I've been productive, like I'm, doing the things, in the do's. Yeah, you would have got rid of a lot more than just that. So it's just misplaced in a weird spot. Right music, don't know if I feel up to it right now or inspired. When the sky is blue and the grass is green, how much better can it be? Everything we need. I mean, I did see a guy. I think he had some sort of disability, severe autism or something. I'm still worried about him because I've seen 2 or 3 videos where he's sitting in a shower with clothes on and he's maybe rocking back and forth, and it's just really distressing to see this. I mean, maybe he's feeling, it's just odd. And it seems like the adult in his life that may live with him, because I don't think he lives by himself, aren't taking care of him, and that's bothers me. I don't know how to report that. I thought somebody else will. Have a party. I don't know if that's audible out here. But I guess I should probably get to making my lunch, because I'm going to want to have it with coffee. I don't have much of an appetite. Maybe I will by then. I think this is a spam call, telemarketing. Just a moment. Hello? 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 Yeah, no. Anyway, so basically, but I wouldn't mind. Well, I keep telling myself if I doze off, I doze off. But after it gets past noon, I probably wouldn't want to do that. And I don't see it happening in the next half hour, even though I've done this great big stream. So, and I want to try and double the amount of likes. Jerry, are you there? Jerry! And who's the other one? You got Jerry, Jerry, Gary. Jerry, Jerry, Gary. How about you, Gary? Jerry, Jerry, Gary. Don't mind me. But no, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm him. You're not gonna fool me in the comments. I'll know the difference. So there. Well, yeah, I really actually didn't have much of this coffee earlier. And I meant Gerald, by the way, I believe. Right? Right. Gerald is so old. How old is he? Sorry. But, yeah. So, I was trying to decide if I wanted to use the beans in, because there's a little bit, and I just don't think I do. I don't even know if I do want to use this, though. It is true. So, now for the cooking portion. I don't know. I guess you got 2 different devices, but they've been pretty present. It's more present than the first video. But it's really great to have you on this channel. Each and every one of you are fabulous, beyond measure. That's the second day in a row that I've used that phrase. I can't remember. I feel like the other one wasn't alive too, but I can't remember why. None of these pans are very clean. This was not bad. Joey, baby, I'm being silly. It is coconut maple. Does it go? Does it go where? Together. Like Rama Lama Ding Dong. The feather. Boo up, shawada wada yippity boom shaboo. Chang 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 sabop. Oh, Jenny. But the one, Jenny and Marge, really. You're fabulous today. Just say hi. Hope everybody is doing good. That was Jenny. I thought it was Marge at first. But with the taco seasoning, that's what I'm not too sure about. Leanne. Thank you for posting my short little message. Anybody who has somebody, with cancer or some illness in their life right now, or, just does, which is most people, I posted a 9-minute video last night. I'd love for you to see. Yeah, it got more it got a weird one, and it got more than it showed. So that's okay, because it was late at night and I didn't have a lot of energy. So we have too many options here, but I think that this might go moldy soon, so I should probably use this one. Kenzie, are you there still? Yeah, I hope we didn't give anybody, the wrong people, any ideas about you know what, because, yeah. Well, I have scoliosis, so that ain't going to be happening. Oh, is she not talking to me? Sorry, just kidding. Oh. Sorry. Okay. But you did say you're playing a game, but it can't be more interesting than this. It's just driving around, driving into things, Oh, the warmth of the dishwasher. You wash dishes. The warmth of the dishwasher. Anyway, don't mind me. Yeah, but I wanted to, though. I really wanted to mind you. Okay, well then do, if you must. Don't let me hold you from it. Yeah, I almost wanted to have one of these whole wheat wraps, but that does look kind of crispy before I even cooked it. Yeah, so I'm tempted to try this stuff out, but if it's got jalapeno, I'm not going to like it. And if I can't get into it, then I can't get anything out of it. It's interesting. It's like white cheddar dip. White cheddar Alfredo with a bit of spice. Not sure I'm big on it. And I really think I should like this because I've had this kind of thing before. Yeah, I'll have these later. Oh. Sorry, I've been rolling for a while, so I'm just having a bit of a quieter moment. Doing some things in the kitchen. Maple curry coconut. Taco seasonings too. This might actually make that other dip better than it was. It was just French onion. The French onion curry. No cream. I don't eat that stuff often, but I thought I liked it. But yeah, maybe with this stuff in it, it would be tastier. Something about the texture though, but with chips, maybe it's okay. And then I'll have cheese with pasta tonight. Yeah, it would have been nice to have had the bacon, but I did have that one piece earlier. I don't really feel like, oddly, I didn't really feel like having that much of it, so that's fine. Yeah, and don't just get rid of it just because it's expired. Other person, because they might be actually trying to get you to waste it and buy more before you actually need to. I'm still curious if I like these macadamia cookies, or if they're just going to be for G. I don't think I hate these, but I don't know if I like them. All right.
There'll be a bit of bacon flavoring on these anyway.
Vegans, I understand. Don't need to jump in it. Okay, well, we have a unique basement. I don't know. I'm not going to show it. Just kind of a collection of items. But I don't know if I'm going to show.
But he didn't make anything of it, did he?
Just going to turn this down a smidgen. That cheese is melting fast. It's the bubbling. So, going to heat up my coffee. I'm having a productive day. Even though I've been streaming for 5 hours, I've been productive within it. Almost 5 hours. And yeah, happy about that. How's everybody else doing today? And where are you watching from, if you'd like to say, and if it's your first time to the channel? Oh, that's getting point. That's right, and I find that I often need a bit of a, even with the flavors of the stuff, I often need a bit of a dip or something because these pitas are, these naans are a bit dry. And we got 3 the other day, and I couldn't remember what the third one was at the moment, and I still can't. But I'm only seeing 2 of them in here. One of them is jalapeno, so I don't think I'm going to like it. One of them is this one, which I'm iffy about. I was going to have a little bit of it later today, but I suppose it doesn't mean I can't have it now. And I don't think this was the other one. It was like a flat round, not a tall one. I don't think that it goes with the other flavors. It probably doesn't go with the maple. I don't know for sure, though. Oh, maybe I'll put a bit of it. Well, oh, Liam and Damien, you're back. Liam, did you post your video? Damien, how about you? How you guys doing? I know that's why you didn't stay very, very long earlier, Liam, but okay, cool. You did. Okay, well, I'm very curious. I just want to kind of get laundry in the dryer first, and then I'll check it out. Damien, did you post yours like you promised? So what did you end up, did I ask what did you end up doing in the video? And then I'm going to have brunch, and it's going to be lovely. Oh, there's already stuff in here. Not much, but there is stuff. Oh, I hope you will today. I hope you will today, Damien. You had mentioned that you would anyway, but try to remember, because sometimes it's hard to remember things. Did you, you're in the UK, right? So it's like late afternoon there? Oh, because you don't have enough subscribers. Well, as I suggested to Liam, what you might have to do is upload it. Like record it on camera and then upload it. There was 3 and now there's 2 here. Yeah. So, whoops. But it should let you otherwise post, like a written post, and yeah. So, yeah, it'd be lovely to see. You also haven't commented on any of the older videos that weren't live with the rate to reach more one-on-one, although you did say that in that video the other night that you've been watching many of my videos every day, hoping for a way to do that, which was interesting wording, but like I don't know how you saw that in your mind, but email seems to make sense. So anyway, we'll keep asking, but yeah, it'd be lovely if you could, and then you can send me, yeah. So, okay, so let me go check up Leon's video. We got an 8th like, and then I'm going to eat, drink, and be merrily. Now I'm looking forward to it, man. Woo! I should have left that snow on top of the mailbox though, because then I would know. Well, if I see footprints, I'll know the mailman's been here. Okay, Liam's video. Here we go. Are you still here, Liam? I'm about to watch it. But yeah, so I would say give that a try, Damien. I think that would be great way to post it. What'd you say you were thinking of posting?
Oh, now look at me.
That's not it, I know. I don't know why, I just went to your channel and it doesn't show any more than it showed before. It's not showing it. Was it to the one that you're commenting on? Did you keep it posted? Did you accidentally privatize it? I'm not sure what's up. But I'm quite hungry, so I guess I'll go back down and have lunch then, since I don't see it. And I might wrap up, because I kind of would like to have, I have to plug in my device soon. I'd like to have a bit of time to myself now, I think. So. But thank you. I know some of you aren't still watching, but they might come back curious and say, what did I miss? Did you do another artistic creation or whatever? Or artistic creation. Come on. But, so I'm seeing the end of this. I'm thanking you for being here and for your comments. Okay, bye for now.